Notre Dame fans, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown podcast. It's Saturday, so y'all know what that means. It is time for the RTCF show. I am joined by Sean Davis, one of our recruiting analysts at Irish Breakdown. Sean, we have some very interesting topics today. I'm Brian Driscoll, the publisher at irishbreakdown.com, and we're getting closer and closer to college football, Sean, and we just continue to not be able to dive fully into preseason talk because there has just continues to be so much recruiting news. With Notre Dame, the Irish are back on top with the number one ranked class according to the On3 consensus, the 247 composite, the 247 rankings, the Rivals rankings, and ESPN. The only ranking that does not have Notre Dame number one is On3's own individual rankings. And that is obviously due to the fact that Notre Dame got Jaden Greathouse. And the question that a lot of Notre Dame fans ask in every show we talk about in recruiting, and we constantly get asked this on the message board, and it's a very fair question, is can Notre Dame get the number one class? And a lot of people talk about, oh, they can't, the numbers don't add up. There's a lot of different things going to this that we're not going to necessarily focus on today. The focus today is going to be on if they're going to finish with, I guess a number one or number two ranked class is great, but more so, Sean, our focus is on that gap closing class, that class that is just so good that you look at and say, hey, boy, Notre Dame took a step. They took a step towards everybody else this year. And that's what our focus is going to be on today. And there was an interesting conversation or question that we got asked yesterday. And Sean, you and I spent a lot of time talking about it today on the phone. And that is, the expectations for the staff and whether or not they've met expectations. And I think the consensus is this staff has done a great job so far. But I think at this point in time, what they're now going to be evaluated on just as much as just what they've done up to this point is the close. Yeah. And as you know, in this world, it's what have you done for me lately? And this staff is going to be largely evaluated on how they close. And I think the close is going to be important to Sean, to them completely capping this class off in the way they need to in order to truly take that big, giant talent leap. And that's what our focus is going to be on today. But there are really four players and a position that I think right now are realistically on the board for Notre Dame. It does not include Caleb Downs. We just don't think we've never really felt Notre Dame had a great shot at him. So we're going to focus on the four players and then the position that we think could have a couple players at it. End of the day, Sean, how they close on this sort of five spots is really going to ultimately determine if this is a number one or number two ranked class that really closes the gap, or a 3 to 5 ranked class that's a great class, but still work to be done as far as taking that next step.
You know what? When the question was asked and we got a chance to discuss it, I think there were three things that stuck out to me the most. Mm-hmm. One, Notre Dame and this staff have raised the floor of recruiting at Notre Dame. And I don't think it's ever going to come back down. Mm-hmm. I think that floor has been raised. More importantly, it's been raised in the eyes of recruits. Mm-hmm. Like you talk about how the fans feel, how the staff feels. Recruits around the nation have to start to view themselves in connection with Notre Dame in a different way. Mm-hmm. One of the things we talked about last week, or we actually have talked on the phone this week, the most important thing that's going to change that narrative is winning and winning big time games. And we're going to talk about that a little bit. Secondly, I think their ability to get in on top recruits, top 50 recruits, 5 stars, that normally under the previous regime would not have they would have given up early on. Notre Dame has chosen to stay in those fights. They might not win those.
And they're not going to win them all. Yeah.
They're not going to win them all, but they're definitely making an imprint, and they're starting to, catch the attention, especially in the 24 class of the elite top guys. And then lastly, this staff has done a tremendous job of transitioning. And I don't think a lot of people realize the task that was put before Marcus Freeman. Correct me if I'm wrong. The easy thing for Marcus Freeman to do was to coach this team and get them ready for the Fiesta Bowl. Mm-hmm. Like, That was the easy part, in my opinion, for him. These were guys that he knew. These were guys that he had coached with, and pretty much he had been around them. Marcus Freeman, even when he was the defensive coordinator, was the type of guy that would walk around and talk to every player on the team, not just the defensive guys. He had relationships, dapped, slapped hands, smiled, joked with every player on the team when they were in warm-ups or whatever. That was just his personality. Now he comes out of that, and he has to build a staff. Not only a staff to recruit, but he has to build a staff that's going to develop his current team, right? Then he has to bring them in. He has to allow them to be able to look at who's currently on the board and who they would like to add to the board. And the one thing I would like to point to is the recent commit that Notre Dame just got, which for me is the highlight of what we're talking about. To get in as late as they got in on Jaden Greathouse, and not only get him to ultimately commit to Notre Dame, but Brian, you know this, and he's not the only one that is committed to Notre Dame that has this type of story. To get in late on a kid and to jump to the top with that kid as fast as Notre Dame did with this staff, and then to battle and keep him away from schools like Texas A&M, and others that were coming after him, you really had to tip your cap to the effort that it took to do that. It wasn't like they grinded and just worked their way up methodically. It was like once Notre Dame got in contact with these kids, all of a sudden they became one of the favorite programs. And then the next thing you knew, wow, Notre Dame actually leads for this kid. So for me, I've seen multiple efforts that have played out that way, and hopefully they're going to continue to play out that way. And last but not least, Brian, I don't think either one of us back in February thought we'd be sitting here on July the 16th with 20 commitments.
I think 20 probably would have been about the max of what we thought they could be. They've closed on some guys a little sooner. There's a chance you could get up to 22 or higher by the end of the summer. We did a show like about a month ago, and maybe it's been a little bit longer, but we kind of talked about what the close would look like. And I think 20 to 21 was like, that's what our prediction was. And at the time I was like, wow, I can't, like, we're talking about this, right? Because what's this whole conversation about, right, Sean? It's about building the roster to the point where you compete for a championship. This is the RTCF show, right? So we're not just talking about recruiting today.
Yeah.
We're going to have this topic for recruiting, and we're going to talk about some missed opportunities for Notre Dame, and that part of the show will be about games or missed opportunities. And then the last part is we're going to talk about title contenders this year, Notre Dame being one of them, where they stack up to each other and then stack up against past winners, and then maybe some breakout teams and all that. But that's what Notre Dame's trying to get to, right? But the missed opportunities weren't just recruiting. I mean, on the field, there are a lot of recruiting ones that have kept you from getting your roster to that point. And when you look at the staff, I mean, you've got to be able to fight those fights. What Notre Dame fans are going to have to understand is, like, you're not going to win all those battles because you're going to lose kids to Ohio State. You're going to lose kids to NIL. You're going to lose kids to Bama. The key now is you're beating those teams. 12 days ago, we did a show on Christian Gray. Who was his final three? LSU and Ohio State. And he was a take there. It wasn't like, the situation with like Rico Flores, for example, who was a take for a long time, but not at the very end when they filled up. You beat them for Brendan Vernon. Drake, they made a run at Drake Bowen, and he wasn't interested. They're trying to flip Keon Keeley. He's not interested. But you're also going to lose some of those battles. That's just the reality of it.
Yeah.
So, I think when we look at the staff, I think they've done a great job so far. But as we said, the evaluation, the grade at the end is going to be on the complete class, not just where you were on July 16th. Because right now they're ranked number 1 on July 16th in 23 and 24. Not ranking number 1 at the end is not a failure.
No.
By any stretch. I mean, again, we've raised the bar of the conversation. In the past, they'd be number 1. The question would be okay, how much can they hold on? How far are they going to drop? Yeah. Notre Dame was ranked number 1 at one point in time last year, and they were ranked at number 1 at one point in time in 2021. when they had Tyler Buckner and Blake Fisher and Gabriel Rubio all in the class very early. But it was kind of like you all your top players were already kind of committed. Now it's like, okay, how far are you going to fall, and can you stay in that top 10 range? Well, now they're in a situation where there are a lot of top players still on the board that you got a shot at, and you got to get them. And that's what we're going to discuss. So how we're going to kind of go through this, Sean, is we're going to go through sort of position by position, as opposed to, ranking them by who's most important. I think the reason I'm a little uncomfortable with that is because we could give you our opinion of who's most important, but that will get used by somebody to go back and say, hey, so-and-so said that, Notre Dame, you're not as important as Notre Dame is.
We don't want to put the staff in that position yet.
So and at the end of the day, I think they're all important. And this isn't like a cop-out, but like this is what we're talking about, right? Like you have to land on these guys. You've sustained the misses you've been able to sustain, right? Now it's about overcoming the one big miss that you don't have an answer for right now, which is quarterback, and then making sure that you don't miss on the other needs that you have in the class. And I think and big ones that you have in the class. And that's kind of what we're gonna go through. So let's begin. And we won't talk a lot about the first one. That's gonna be Ronan Handafin, because we talked a lot about him last week.
Yeah.
When we talked about closing at receiver and how imperative it was that they finished with Jaden Greathouse and Ronan Handafin. And I have an article up today, Sean, at Irish Breakdown. And the reality is without Handafin, this is a really good receiver class anyway.
Yeah.
But if we're talking about really closing the gap, really taking that big chunk where maybe only Ohio State's going to be the only team that has a better receiver class than you, they've got to get Ronan Handafin. I mean, they need him numbers-wise. But the other part of this, too, is when you have a 6'3", 205-pound kid that is that explosive athletically, and he was he was a guy that you're not supposed to miss on that guy. The Greathouse, Braylon James, those you understand. This isn't one you miss on. This is a Massachusetts kid that goes to a private school that's been leaning towards you for a long time. You got to get that kid. And I think it's wherever you want to rank him on the list of importance. What I do know is this: on offense, this is a must get. They cannot afford to miss on Ronan Handafin. They have to close. This is a big challenge for Chancey Stuckey to close this one out.
And you talk about closing the gap on a kid like this. It goes back to relationships. It goes back to understanding. We talk about this all the time. Like sometimes you forget you're talking to 16, 17-year-olds, like that wake up in the morning. And one morning they feel a certain way, and the next morning they feel another way. Like one thing they looked at as a positive on yesterday, they can wake up and see it as kind of a negative on today. So that's the challenge of this coaching staff now, right? Being able to soothe whatever questions or doubts that might be creeping in, or whatever piece of negative recruiting that might be going on, to allow that player and that young man to feel like this is ultimately the right decision. And look, they've had to deal with that with some of the young men that committed in the month of June and July that went through stages of, okay, I think this is the place I want to go. Some doubt, some things, and ultimately coming to the realization that, yes, Notre Dame is a place that I want to get to. So I think a lot of people, what you said is correct. Ultimately, the class will be determined by, the papers that come across the fax machine or via email, on closing, the closing
signing day.
Closing day. I'm sorry. But to this point, you just have to be able to tip your cap and then understand that the fact that one of these young men is deciding to stretch things out, or he's battling with whatever that's going on in his mind or his heart, has absolutely nothing to do with the inability of the staff to close. They've proven to a certain degree that they can close.
Right. To a certain degree. Right.
They've proven to a certain degree that they can close. Now we get to see, can they take that next step in closing? Whether it's with, getting guys like Jeremiah Love in the class, or Jaden Alsbury in the class before the season starts, and Ronan Handafin. Those are three guys that have possibilities of, committing to Notre Dame before their seasons. Then you go into the fall, and you have the big boy battles with Samuel and Pemba.
Yeah.
We talk about Caleb Downs. Like the important thing about Caleb Downs is that they're in the kids like that. You have to be in the fight because it gives more attention to the coming classes and their top kids that, hey, okay, like he actually really considered Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let me take a look at them as well. You might not get the 23 kids, but you can get the 24 kids, or you can get the 25 kids. So everything has a purpose. And like you said, ultimately they will be determined by what they're able to do in the totality of the class at the end. But I think things are trending. Can I tell people to kind of like back away from the ledge when it comes to Ronan Hannafin? Like,
I think so. I think it's way too early for panic.
Yeah.
I do think his recruitment is different, though, and this is why I think some people are panicking. There was assumption for a long time that he was going to pick Notre Dame, and this was a no-brainer, and that was true. I mean, for a long time, that was like, yeah, other schools are charging, but it's going to be Notre Dame. That was the thought for a very long time, and that's why I think his is a little different. And what I mean by that is with Ronan, talking to my sources, I do think he's having a tougher time making the final decision than I thought he was going to have.
Mm-hmm.
And it really just comes down to Notre Dame and Clemson. Alabama made a hard run at him, but they never were able to catch Clemson, much less Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Well, Clemson is charging, and I think Clemson is doing some things to make it. There's some relationship, because you talk about relationships, and as we've said before, these relationships aren't just strong on the Notre Dame side of things.
Right.
And I think for Notre Dame, I think Notre Dame had a strategy with Ronan Hannafin that made a lot of sense, but maybe they were a little late to adjust on it. What I mean by that is Notre Dame kind of went after Ronan Hannafin with the big guns. It was Marcus Freeman and it was Tommy Rees. And then that freed Coach Stuckey up to focus on some other guys. Well, I think that has kind of allowed the receiver coach at Clemson to develop a relationship with Ronan that maybe Coach Stuckey is still trying to build.
Yeah.
And I think that's the issue. And so I do think this one's a little different, because this is one of those recruits where you're like you and I were chatting earlier, Sean, and it was we were going through what we think the class would look like if the previous staff was on board.
Yeah.
And kind of trying to be honest about guys that they got or didn't get or whatever in the past. And to me, this is one that they would have landed. Right. And so you got to land him. Right. I think that's what makes him a little different than, Jaden Greathouse or Braylon James or Jeremiah Love or, Jaden Alsbury or Samuel and Pemba, because this is the one that you can't miss out on. And because it is at a position where you still have a giant need, I think it makes it important. However, I do think people are kind of reacting to things that I think are either misleading, being overblown a little bit. Yeah. But I think there's also the reaction to, hold on a second, this one shouldn't be close. And I think that's where some of the panic comes from. But I definitely think it's too early to panic. I have never felt like they're going to lose Ronan Hannafin in regards to thinking that, okay, right now he's going to pick someone else. I just think it's a lot tougher battle, and it's a lot tougher decision for him right now than it was a month ago. And I think that's the part where you look at it and say, that's concerning, and you've got to close on a guy. Now, the next guy, Jeremiah Love, I think this one is a little bit interesting, because this has been such a roller coaster recruitment, Sean, because, Dylan McCullough steps into this situation with a running back already on the board.
Yeah.
That he didn't necessarily love, no pun intended.
Yeah.
And that Cedric Irvin, great kid, loved him as a kid, just kind of as a player, just didn't think this is the kind of guy we're going to go beat Ohio State, Bama, Clemson, Georgia with, right? And I think it took a while for them to get there, which made it a challenge with Jeremiah Love, because you did want two running backs in the class. You were trying to get Jaden Lamar. You're also trying to get Jeremiah Love. So then you kind of have to look at him as sort of an athlete, and then you kind of, you're not sure, can we make it work numbers wise, because we need 4 to 5 receivers. We also need 2 backs, but can we take 3 backs?
Yeah.
And then once Ronan Hannafin was kind of determined to be an offensive player, I think that kind of even made it even more challenging. And I think this is an area where this staff has proven itself to be different than the previous one. I don't think the previous one would have done the hard thing, which is to tell Cedric Irvin he just doesn't have a spot. And I don't think that I don't think they'd have been in a position to get him in the class if they weren't willing to make that decision to drop Cedric Irvin, to be honest with you. And so this makes it interesting. But then you had to kind of play a little catch up there, because now you're like, okay, yes, you are an athlete, but we also like you running back. And the message has been different and changing. The good news is he's down to 2 schools, and one of them is Notre Dame. He will not tell us who the other one is. I don't know if it's Alabama or Michigan. But it's another battle where you're going against Alabama, just like you did for Ronan Hannafin, and you got to close, because the thing about Ronan and Jeremiah Love, Sean, and let's put them in the category together. The reality is, what's the one thing that we will always say Notre Dame never has enough of? I don't care what they do. They always need more of. It's explosive playmakers on offense.
Yes.
And that's what both of these kids are. And however you want to get them the ball, these are explosive playmakers on offense. Jeremiah Love is one of the more raw football players on the board. But when the light goes on, technically, this kid, he is a more athletic version of Josh Adams, in my opinion. I think CJ Prosise is maybe even better comparison.
Yeah.
I'd say he's a little faster version of CJ Prosise. And that either one is really impressive. So it's twofold for me, Sean. You need to add the playmaker, and you need to beat Bama, because you need to make sure that that's not where he goes. That's, as we've said before, the ultimate gap closing moves are not only adding big time players, but adding impact players that you're now keeping from those other schools. And that's what Notre Dame has not been doing. They've been finding the Jeremiah Wusu-Koromoas and the Isaiah Foskis and the sleepers that they've been able to build up.
Yeah.
Which is great. But you need to get more of the Keon Keeleys as well, because that means you're not letting them go to Bama, Georgia, Clemson, Ohio State. And that's the key. And that's what Ronan Hannafin and that's what Jeremiah Love are, because we think Bama's the other team. We know that Clemson's the other team for Ronan Hannafin. We know that Bama is one of the finalists for Samuel and Pemba. We know that Ohio State is a finalist for Austin Novosad, who we'll get to.
Right.
So, you're going toe-to-toe with these programs. And I think that would even add to how impactful this close would be, is you're not only landing good players, but you're landing big-time players. But with Love specifically, Sean, this is a huge battle, because what's one area that you and I have said on top of the local region that they have to get back to, well, there's really 3, right? We've said they've got to recruit the Atlantic region, they've got to recruit Texas, and they've got to recruit St. Louis.
Yes.
And that's what, if you can land 2 athletes the caliber of Christian Gray and Jeremiah Love out of St. Louis in one class, that's big time. That is big time. And that's why Jeremiah Love to me is important.
And that might end up being one of the factors that ultimately leads him to choose. It has been that pipeline over the previous 2 to 3 seasons that has started to be established from St. Louis. That gives you a Gabriel Rubio, gives you a Tyson Ford. Gives you Kyron Williams, gets you in there in the final 2 with Jeremiah Love, gets you at the top with Ryan Wingo in 24. And now you start to see those guys, and they're like, okay, as soon as Notre Dame walks in to that region, everybody knows, Notre Dame's here. Notre Dame's here. And I think for a long time, Oklahoma had tapped in.
And Ohio State was doing a lot there too.
Absolutely. So, this is one of the things you talk about. Dylan McCullough and the decision he had to make. He made the decision to raise the floor. He just made the decision. Tough decision, because ultimately, you have to hurt a young man
who's a really good kid and had done everything right.
Wrong. Absolutely.
Wasn't taking visits, wasn't looking around, all that stuff. He did everything right.
Yeah. But ultimately, you have that, and the kid ends up at Stanford, which is another great institution. And, you wish him the best. And the staff was willing to take, this is the thing, the staff knew they were going to take bullets after making a decision. And for the big picture, they were willing to deal with it.
Yeah.
In the short term.
Right.
They're like, okay, yeah, we'll look like the bad guys right now.
Sure.
But for the long-term picture, big picture of this program, this is what we have to do.
Right.
Ultimately. And that leads you to be in the top 2 with Jeremiah Love. So, yeah, I agree with, for me, Jeremiah Love, and just, Ryan has done a great job covering his recruiting, and it's going to be about the relationship. I'm very comfortable with the fact that he is a Dylan McCullough guy.
Right.
He is a guy identified by Dylan McCullough. As soon as he got here, this is a guy we need. Let's go get him. Great relationship between the two. And ultimately, I think that, along with some relationships with the players and some other things, will lead the way. Don't forget, now there's a commit from St. Louis,
right,
that's working,
who's played against him.
Played against him.
So, Sean, can I say something right there? Because this is an interesting observation as well. Here's another reason why I think St. Louis is important, and this is where I think past Notre Dame coaching staffs have missed the boat a little bit in Chicago. Is there's a perception about Chicago, right?
Yeah.
As just a city in general, right? Low academics, all this other kind of stuff, and all the things we think of when we think of big urban cities.
Right.
St. Louis falls into that category. But what is often missed by those people is both of those cities have very strong private school presence in regards to producing football players. And the majority of those schools, as far as I know, Sean, you could speak better to Chicago. But from what I know about St. Louis, these are not schools where you're going down there and these are just football players that they're just letting get by.
Right.
Ryan Wingo goes to a private school. Kyron Williams went to a private school. Christian Gray goes to a private school. Gabriel Rubio went to a private school. Jeremiah Love goes to a private school. I think the only guy that went to a public school was Tyson Ford.
Yeah.
But these are schools where these kids are going there because there's an opportunity to get an education as well. And we see that in Chicago, right? And some of the public schools in the suburbs areas are very good, the public schools. But like you look at a kid like Justin Scott, who goes to St. Ignatius. Now, my understanding is that's a really good school. My understanding is that Mount Carmel is a really good school. And I think those are the areas where when you have areas that are athlete filled with athletes, right? Like a lot of athlete driven is what I meant to say. And there are a lot of them are coming out of private schools. DeSmet, St. John Vianney for Kyron Williams. Wingo goes to university. Christian Brothers is a powerhouse in Missouri.
Yeah.
You have to start developing a pipeline as much as you can because there's a lot more Jeremiah Loves and Christian Grays coming out of that area. Jordan Johnson was one of those guys, right? They're not all going to work out, but you've got to make that a pipeline. And I really feel like if they can add 2 in one class, you're really starting. And these are top 100 kids, right? I mean, Christian Gray is a top 100 kid, according to, I think Rivals has him in the top 50. We have him as a top 100 caliber kid.
Yeah.
And Jeremiah Love's another one, I believe. Now, because what's funny is when they first started looking at him, he was basically a consensus 3-star recruit. And props to the staff for getting on him before he blew up. But you look at him now, he's top 100 he's number 49 by Rivals. He's number 90 by ESPN, and he's 67 on the On3 consensus rankings. These are top 100 kids.
Yeah.
And I think that only adds to the importance of, because you're not just getting some 3-star underrated kid that wasn't a great high school player. When you got Kyron, he was a 3-star, but he was a baller in that area. Like everybody knew who Kyron Williams was in that area. Tyson Ford was a highly ranked kid. Jordan Johnson was a highly ranked kid. Christian Gray, highly ranked kid. Gabriel Rubio, highly ranked kid. So I think that's another important piece of this, that it opens up that pipeline. We talked about it in Texas. They've hit the home run in Texas. Jeremiah Love, to me, is needed to hit that, because here's the thing. There's one guy on the board that we're going to talk about here in a little bit who may be from Florida now, but is a St. Louis area kid, correct?
Yeah.
And so I think it's going to help there as well. So actually, no, let's just transition to him now, Sean, because we're going to move to defense. Let's talk about him now.
Let's do it.
We're talking about Samuel Pemba.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's a St. Louis area kid. He's a Missouri kid. And he knows Gabriel Rubio. He knows Tyson Ford. He knows Christian Gray. He knows Jeremiah Love. That impacted Jaden Greathouse, having those Texas kids that he knew. You got to hope that it can impact Samuel Pemba, because you got to find something. The reality is, if it just comes down to Samuel Pemba in Notre Dame and all those SEC, Bama, Georgia, Miami, and the ACC, you need to find something that makes you different. And the thing that can make you different on top of your academic piece is, hey, man, look at the pipeline we're building in St. Louis. We're making St. Louis a priority. And we need you to be part of that. Because you look at his tweets, he's still very much, I mean, he's at IMG, but just like Cardinal Tate was with Chicago, like I'm at IMG because that's bettering me, but I'm a Chicago kid.
Right.
Right. And that's how Samuel Pemba is with St. Louis.
It's very important to do that. You pointed out the connection between Chicago and St. Louis. You know, I want to point out as well the connection between coaching staffs between Chicago and St. Louis, because most of them spend a lot of time at the same coaching clinics, whether it's down at the University of Illinois or whether it's up in Wisconsin. They go to the same circuits to get better. They know each other's coaching staffs. You have some people that have coached in Chicago that now coach in St. Louis and vice versa. And you're talking about getting in on Chicago and St. Louis at the right time. Chicago specifically because there's been a rise in rejuvenation in public school programs like a Kenwood, like a Phillips, to go along with standards like Simeon and CBS of the past, to where now you're starting to see those big type of kids. I think 23 safety that Mike Mickens actually went and checked out this summer personally. Khalil Tate ended up committing to Iowa this week. So you talk about that, you're talking about the importance of getting in and establishing the brand in those areas, because you have to dominate those areas. Right. Those are areas where it's like, look, yeah, we are the dominant brand that's nearest you. Like, you're going to grow up watching us on NBC and your younger siblings and their younger friends. Like, we are the brand. Establish that. And anytime we walk in a room, it should be, oh, man, Notre Dame's here. I'll never forget when I was playing basketball. I'll never forget when Vivian Stringer walked in the gym to look at one of our young ladies that was on the women's basketball team. It was like even the boys stopped playing. Like, yo, that's Vivian Stringer.
Right.
Like, dude, you know who that is? And that's the vibe you want in the building. Right. When your staff walks in with the interlock ND. And I think in order to get in Pemba, it's going to take a little bit more. This is where what you do during the season really makes an impact with a kid like him. You know, Jeremiah Love, you may be able to get him without actually having to play a game.
Yeah.
But a guy like Samuel Pemba, it's going to come down to a game day visit in the fall against Clemson. And it's going to come down to what you've done up to that point and what you do that night. That really makes an impact.
Yeah.
Over those other top SEC schools. And that's just the way it is. The dynamics of certain kids are different. You talk, just going back to Ronan Hannafin, just a tidbit. His sounding board has been Drake Bowen. Why? Because Drake Bowen ultimately had the same tug of war of his heart. It was Clemson, Notre Dame.
Right.
And it was always Notre Dame, big picture. But his relationship with Dabo Swinney is so charismatic.
Yeah.
So charismatic.
Yeah.
Like, will get you to come to his house and play basketball.
And it's genuine. I mean, you talk to kids, it's genuine. Like Marcus Freeman. It's very genuine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you talked about the wide receiver coach developing their relationship. These are the tug of wars that young men go through. Right. And the tug of war for a kid like Samuel Pemba, you know, ultimately, I think a kid like that, and when you go to a school like IMG and you dominate and win, winning becomes part of your DNA. It might be a little bit different if he was still in St. Louis at his private school. But going to a school like that, winning becomes part of your DNA, and ultimately, you want to go to a pro. Yeah, I want to know that I have a really legitimate shot to win a national championship. It might not be the main factor, but it's going to be a factor.
It should be a factor. And if you look at the schools on his list, it is a factor.
Yeah.
Here's where I'm going to go back to the St. Louis thing, because to me, I expect Notre Dame to be good this season. I expect Bama and Georgia to be good this season. I think a lot of those things are going to kind of cancel each other out. Then it comes down to the academic piece. kind of balancing with the fact that, the Southern schools seems where he's very comfortable right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to the fact of that's why I think St. Louis is important, because you talked about how he's not in St. Louis now, but that's where his heart is. And that's why during that visit for him, you talk to Tyson Ford, you talk to Gabriel Rubio. Hopefully Christian Gray is there. Hopefully Jeremiah Love is there, because if he is, it means he's committed to Notre Dame. I expect that to be that big weekend, because the reason that I point to St. Louis, Sean, is because I agree with everything you said. Notre Dame won't be able to one-up those teams in the fall, because by the time he makes his decision in December, at best, Notre Dame can just say, hey, we're in the playoff with most likely 2 or 3 schools that's on his list, right? And so that's where I go back to, what is the thing that can separate Notre Dame from those schools? Hopefully it's the relationship part, and I think that Jeremiah Love is a big part of that. Christian Gray was a big part of that. And so that's another kid that you had kind of battle back. And the Christian Gray one is really interesting when going back and looking at the Ronan Hannafin recruitment, because there's people think Clemson's got the momentum. Well, Notre Dame went through that with Christian Gray as well.
Yeah.
He was all Notre Dame in January. I mean, it was like, okay, the question was, is he going to commit now, or is he going to take some visits first? Well, he took some visits, and all of a sudden Notre Dame's like, we're playing catch up. We're behind LSU and Ohio State now.
Yeah.
But you keep at it, you keep battling, and you get the job done. Ronan's won, Love is won, Alsbury and Pemba's won, because, as you mentioned, John, this one's not going to be over for a while. But that's one where the on-field product is going to have a big say. You have to at least show that we're in the same conversation with those schools.
Yeah.
You could help us be the difference to getting over that next level.
Yeah.
But there's just got to be more to it, to me, than that. Another player that could potentially take his recruitment into December, and you talk to anyone publicly, this is what he says. He's going to take his decision in December. I've talked to a couple other people that said he's considering maybe making a decision now, but it looks like he's really adamant about taking it in December. So we'll see which side of those sources ends up being correct, and that's Jaden Alsbury, the linebacker from Baton Rouge. Right now, everyone pretty much admits that Notre Dame is a leader. They are his leader. The question is Notre Dame going to be able to do with him what they did with Jaden Greathouse and what they've done with some other players? And that is, yeah, we know you had a plan to go to December. We understand that. But if you found a place to be with us. Help us finish this thing out, right? We need you to help us get, Samuel and Pemba. We need you to help us get the kids we're trying to get next year. If you know where this is going to be, don't stick to some arbitrary timeline, right?
Yeah.
Let's make this happen.
Yeah.
Whether or not you can do that or not is a different conversation. But he's another one, because I'll be honest, if he goes into the fall, anytime you are the leader for a kid and it goes into the fall, I always think that's not the best. The best.
Yeah.
Because everybody knows you're the leader, which means what? They're all ganging up on you.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
It's like when we were kids, play King of the Hill, right? Well, everybody kind of gangs up on the one guy, and it's not till you knock him off that then you start battling everybody else, right? I mean, I don't know how y'all played, but that's how we played it, right?
Yeah.
And so right now, Notre Dame's King of the Hill when it comes to Jaden Alsbury's recruitment, which means everybody's taking shots at Notre Dame, right? And that's just kind of, you hope that you can kind of ward that off, but the longer recruitment like that goes on, the less nervous that you become on that, because there's, like with Jaden Greathouse said yesterday, Sean, he just woke up every day and every day was the same answer. Notre Dame, Notre Dame, Notre Dame. So it's like, you know what? Let's do this. Let's get this thing over with.
Yeah.
Was Jaden Alsbury having that same conversation, or are there other days he's waking up like, it would actually be cool to play with my brother at Auburn? You know what? It might actually be cool to stay closer to home and, maybe play in Texas A&M, which is a little closer to home. Maybe it would be cool to play where my dad works and where my dad played, and right now they're not really on the radar, but they could. What if they go out and have a better year than we think? Yeah. Right. So that one, I like where Notre Dame is at today, but it's one where I'll be honest, Sean, the longer it goes on, the more challenging I could be. But he's a must get to me too. I do want a third linebacker in this class now that Josh Burnham is playing end. I do think they need a third linebacker, and that kid to me is a really talented player and a great fit. And it's going to tell us a lot about when we talk about closing, Sean. This one, as much as any other, maybe even more than any other, is going to tell us a lot about Marcus Freeman's ability to convince a kid that is a Notre Dame kid that you're actually a Notre Dame kid more than the other things. and because everything about Jaden Alsbury screams that's a Notre Dame kid
That's
right
Notre
there.
Dame kid, yeah.
Except for his decision right now to not commit to Notre Dame.
Yeah.
That's going to be an interesting one for me.
He was the kid that we identified, both of us, on film and said, you know what? We got to get this kid. Like, I don't know if we can get him to leave the state or get him to leave the South for multiple reasons. But if we can, this kid is going to be an anchor in this program.
Oh, yeah.
Just on and off the field, you see it. Like,
you know, it's funny. Every time we talk about Jaden Alsbury, you never want to talk about him as a player.
No.
That's what I love. It's like you always want to go to yards. He's going to be – this was – Sean has never told me he thinks Jaden Alsbury is going to start. He's never told me that he is going to be a great player. He's never – he just said this kid's going to be a captain. Now, those things are implied. He's obviously a starter if he's captain. But I think that, to me, Sean, I've always found fascinating that you have never once talked to me about what you think about him on film. You've only ever talked about, man, this kid's going to be a captain. This kid's going to be a captain someday.
And that's like certain attributes that you look for when you watch film and you watch a kid, and it's like, this kid is special, right? There's some guys that can just run fast, run by everybody, take away angles, jump over everybody, and you just say, okay, like he's a phenom. He's just a phenom. This kid, you watch him, and you find yourself watching the small things on film. Like what's going on after the play? What's going on before the play? How he's communicating. You say to yourself, yo, to you, I don't think Nakobe Dean was the best player on Georgia's defense last year, but he was the most important.
Yeah.
He was the one the staff did not want to lose to injury.
Right.
But he wasn't the best.
He was undersized and didn't have, and all that other kind of stuff. But yes, 100%.
So, you need kids like that can walk in. I'll give you a perfect example, right? We didn't think – I remember we did a show, and we were actually talking about the 22 linebacker class. And I asked you a question. I said, as a coach, do you think Junior Tuihalamaka playing that one position in the middle gives him an advantage coming in just from a communication standpoint and understanding? And you were like, yeah, I see what you're saying. But then you went on to talk about the attributes of the other kids and things of this nature. And then we get to spring practice and we're like, oh, okay. There's Junior in the middle of everything. And I
don't think that's because of his communication, though. I think that's because that kid makes a ton of plays.
That's what I'm saying.
The comfort at line, the natural feel as a linebacker.
He brings certain intangibles that you really can't be quantified. Like we can look at Jalen Sneed and just say, "Oh my God, this dude is the best athlete in the class."
Yeah,
without question. But you put him on the field. You put Junior on the field, and then you start to see, oh, okay. Yeah. Like we need to have him on the field. We need to get him on the field. Kind of like Jadarian Price. They watch practice and they're like, okay, he's not going to start, but we need to find ways to get him on the field. And I just think Alsbury is that type of kid. Like not just because of his physical attributes and what he can do, his intangibles, he brings things to the field that really can't be measured, but at the end of the day, you see the impact and you understand it has importance. And so he's just that type of kid. He's that type of kid. So for me, for those reasons, he's a must get.
Yes.
Because you need those type of kids in your program.
He's also, I think, a statement recruit, Sean.
Yes.
Baton Rouge kid, Southern kid. I mean, if you can't go into the South and get him, like you said, I mean, for all the reasons he fits Notre Dame, it's like, okay, that's a tough loss for me. And this is also a big challenge to me for Al Golden. I mean, this is and Ryan and I talked about this on a show on, I think, Tuesday. He's that kid that to me is that's the statement kid for Al Golden. Can Al Golden play a role in convincing him to be a part of what they're doing?
Yeah.
And then lastly, and we won't talk a lot about this, Sean, because we've talked about this on past shows a ton, but to me, I think Tommy Rees has done a really good job recruiting as the offensive coordinator. I think it's fair to question. So, like, I think he played a big role in getting when Deion Colsey decommitted. Tommy played a big role in getting him back. He played a big role in getting Logan Diggs. And I've talked to people that said Tommy Rees and Terry Joseph are who recruited Logan Diggs. He barely talked to Lance Taylor. And he's played a lot of those kind of similar roles, keeping Tobias at Notre Dame last year, different at this year's class. We've heard about guys talking to Tommy Rees. Jaden Greathouse yesterday, shout out to Coach Stuckey, Coach Freeman, and Coach Rees. He's played a role. Quarterback recruiting's been a little different, right? Notre Dame doesn't get Billy Schrauth last year if it's not for Tommy Rees. It's
right.
Fact. That's not debatable. That's a fact. And I can say that because that's what Billy Schrauth told anyone that would listen to last year, But quarterback's been a different story. And I don't think I don't think that it's been an issue like it's I'm trying to think, Tyler Buckner was a big one. I like Drew Pine. I did think they took him a little early. You made an evaluation to get Cade McNamara, and then, you lose him, and there's other guys, they chose to go after Brendan Clark instead of KJ Jefferson, who they could have landed. We know last year's quarterback issues where they're late getting on Drew Aller, and they didn't make a run of Sam Horn, and then this year with Dante. And, there's always been a reason where you understand, oh, yeah, I get why they lost that one, or I understand that one, or this was a mistake. But at the end of the day, they just haven't consistently landed enough good quarterbacks. And so
right.
The Dante thing to me is I don't know what else. And I don't want to talk about Dante. This is just a lead up into what I do want to talk about. I don't know if they could have done anything differently with Dante other than maybe saying, hey, they should have realized what was going on earlier and moved off of him earlier would be the only criticism that I would really have of the staff at this point in time. But now you show us something if you're Tommy Rees. Now you show me something. Can you do at quarterback what you led the drive to in 2020 with your 2021 class of running back when you lost out on Will Shipley? Put all your eggs in the Will Shipley basket and you missed on him. But you quickly recovered and you went and got the kids you wanted. You got Logan Diggs. You got Audric Estime. And all of a sudden, I would – people say, I don't want Will. I would take Will Shipley in a heartbeat if he wanted to pick Notre Dame. He's a darn good football player.
Right.
But he didn't want to be at Notre Dame, and the kids they got are also darn good football players. That's going to be the key. There's to some, the not getting Dante Moore will always be the story. At the end of the day, however, for me, it's about who you landed. And he's got to show us he can go out, identify a guy that can be a starting caliber player at Notre Dame, and that means championship caliber player. Because if you're a starting quarterback at Notre Dame, the expectation is championships. And I think right now there's two guys that they have their eye on, and you've got to get one of them, and Austin Novosad and Kenny Minchie. And to me, this is a big test for Tommy Rees, in my opinion, to say, can you bounce back and recover at your position the way you have helped the offense at other positions? Because that's important. I mean, as an offensive coordinator, you can't just recruit your position. And I think Tom Rees has done a great job of recruiting the others. But what we don't know, can he recruit his position that way?
Yeah.
And this next month is going to tell us a lot. And it's a great opportunity for him to say, hey, I am a force to be reckoned with on the recruiting trail. And this is how I can show it. I can get in with a kid whose parents went to A&M and who Ohio State wanted way before we did, and I can get him. I think it's a big test for him, and I'm very curious to see how he grades out on that test over this next month.
It might be a little bit of apples to oranges, and it might be a little bit of correlation there. But I think ultimately the decision that they made as a staff and then the conversation that they did have with Dante Moore can be kind of pointed back to ultimately the hard conversation they had amongst each other as a staff and the conversation they ended up having with Cedric Irvin Jr. Like apples to oranges on situations, but this decision has to be made. We have to move on. Let's do it.
Right.
You get CJ Carr in 24 to lessen the blow a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But still, something needs to be done in 23. And you're absolutely correct. His ability to recover jump back into the races with both of those prospects, both of those recruits, and win one. And I ultimately, I have been critical of Tommy maybe saying that in his recruiting, he has identified quarterbacks that he can see himself in, rather than going out and just getting the best quarterbacks and being able to coach that particular quarterback. That might not necessarily be somebody he can see.
Because there has to be some level of fit into the system. But fit into the system does not have to mean a guy that plays just like the last guy we had.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And like, we're doing at Irish Breakdown. We're going to have it up this afternoon. I'm going to finish putting it together, and so we'll have it up after our show sometime. But Ryan and I, with the help of you and Vince and Sean to help and Devin to help break some ties, that being at the number one spot mainly, we've put together a 1 through 15 list of quarterbacks, and we have Malik Cunningham in the top 15. I love Malik Cunningham. I thought he took such a jump last year as a player.
Mm-hmm.
And he's dynamic for them. I would not take him at Notre Dame. He doesn't fit who Notre Dame is. Right. So there is a level of fit that has to happen. But to your point, a lot of the quarterbacks they've passed on it wasn't that situation. It wasn't a kid that's like, yeah, the kid can't really throw, but we'll work on them. And, there's got to be some, like you said, Sean, like this kid has things that fit into our system. We're going to tailor, because Tyler Buckner doesn't necessarily fit the system the way that Tommy wanted it, but they didn't know that when they got a commitment from him. Right. Well, the perception is, I mean, he fits the system as a passer, but he brings a running element that I don't think they necessarily look for or care a whole lot about.
Yeah.
Like take advantage of it if you have it, but they're not recruiting that kind of guy. Like for a while there, Notre Dame was recruiting, and this is where I'll give Tommy Rees credit. For a long time, Brian Kelly and his staff were recruiting guys like Everett Golson, Malik Zaire, Deshaun Kaiser, Ian Book, Avery Davis, like a lot of really run, throw, and or dual threat quarterbacks. And we explained the difference in a show the other day. But then they weren't running an offense to fit those guys. You know what I mean? It's like, why do you keep recruiting these Phil Dracovics and other? Why do you keep recruiting these guys and then you won't tailor the offense to them? So I will give Tommy props here in that he is looking for quarterbacks that fit his offense.
Yeah.
I just think there needs to be a little, I'd like to see a little bit more of a, hey, get the best that you can possibly get of that type of quarterback. And that's where, and it's not always just about the kid's really smart. Get a really smart kid, but get a really smart kid that also has a lot of talent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I think that's what I want to see. And I just want to see him finish, because I think that's the final piece to Tommy Rees, in my opinion, emerging as a really impact recruiter. Because, again, I don't think we can discount the job he's done recruiting the offense as a whole, oftentimes without a lot of help in recent years. Well, and it's no shock that Notre Dame's putting together a really outstanding offensive class this year now that he finally has some help. It's also ironic that the one position that they don't have a kid is his position.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And that's the balance that, and again, that goes back to being 29 and not having the reputation that some other coaches he's battling with have.
And the irony of it, as the staff was coming together, you and I would talk along with Ryan, and we were saying back in February, well, at least they have their quarterback.
Right.
That's the one we felt the most confident. Well, you know what? They don't have an offensive class yet, but at least they have their quarterback. And here we sit with a nice offensive haul, and the quarterback is the position that they still have to go out and field. So that's recruiting.
Right.
Things can change.
So that is going to be to me, that's the final. I mean, there's three kind of pieces: the quarterback, Hannafin, and Love. That if you can go out and get an Austin Novosad or Kenny Minchie, if you can get Hannafin and Love, I mean, this is going to be an excellent offensive class. Absolutely. And it's important. It's important. I mean, you're talking about multiple top 100 guys, and that's the thing that I think has a chance to make this. This is why this close is so important, Sean. To me, you got to get one of Alsbury and Pemba. You got to get one of them.
Yeah.
If you get both, great. You got to get one of them. You can't miss on any of these offensive guys, in my opinion, because this could be the first time in a very, very, very long time that Notre Dame is going to be able to go out and put together. Part of the reason Notre Dame has a chance for a number 1 or 2 class is because they're one of the few programs that have a chance to have a number 1 or a top 3 to 4 class on both sides of the ball. And that's not always the case. You'll see teams that have number 1 ranked class because their defensive class is loaded.
Yeah.
Not so much offense, or vice versa. What made Bama and Clemson so good for so many years, and Ohio State is starting to do an even better job of that, is they were getting strong classes on both sides of the ball year after year after year. Notre Dame was always one or the other, right?
Yeah.
And that's what makes this class important. But you got to close. Love, Hannafin, Love, and a quarterback, one of the quarterbacks on the board. You just can't take a quarterback for a body either. You've got to get a kid that can play.
And you know what? To lose out and swing as hard as they did and miss out at quarterback, to be able to fall back on the 2 guys that they fell back on, you're like, okay, if that's our parting gift from losing out on that guy, possibly getting one of these 2, yes. You feel real good about that.
Right.
You feel really good about that. Because I would say this. I would say both are better prospects than Steve Angeli was. In my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
no, I hope Steve proves us wrong, but yeah, that's fair.
No, I think Steve has proven us wrong from what we've watched in person. I know me personally.
Yeah.
I thought he was lumbering.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think that. Yeah.
And I'm like, no, he can move a little
quality
bit better.
Athlete. Yeah.
He's a quality athlete. And I watched him in a couple of practices like, okay, I came in with low expectations.
You think he was like the Ron Paulus III, like another guy like that? Is that?
No. I wouldn't even say that because I watched his high school film and I watched him. I knew he could play. But it's like, okay, I see he kind of came in at the end of, a couple of scrimmages and it's like, oh, okay. You're expecting to see a kid overthrowing about freshman. Like,
you're just going to look real. Yeah. I think that right there is the thing about
play action, roll out on the money. It's
I think that's the thing that really stood out to me about Steve. Again, a lot of my concerns I have about Steve still exist.
Yeah.
Experience as far as being an impact passer, being able to his ball placement still is not great. Even in the spring game was not great. He's got some timing things he's got to work on. There's parts of his game that need to get a lot better. His arm, throwing the ball down the field. But the one thing that really stood out to me is that kid, he doesn't carry himself like how I just described him. No, a freshman who lacks this, and this. He and I don't mean that in an arrogant way. It's not that at all. But like when he's on the field, Sean, he does have a presence. Now again, I got questions about the physical tools and all that, and that still has not been answered for me.
Right.
But the presence is kind of thing. Like you guys talked about it in practice. I've had other people talk to me about it in practice, and then you watch him in a spring game, and it's like this is just a thing, man. I'm just out here playing ball. I'm not stressed by the fact that this game-winning drive right here and all. I mean, he just went out there and played ball, and I think that kind of impressed me. But the point is they do need a quarterback that can be a championship caliber guy, and there's a couple on the board. They got to get one. So that's it for the recruiting section. Next, we're going to talk about some missed opportunities. But before we move on, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, share this podcast, give us a 5-star review if you are listening via a podcast platform. So, Sean.
Yeah.
Let's talk missed opportunities.
Oh, it's about to get spicy.
This show was built around the premise of we want to take the conversations that you and I have, and let everybody else kind of get like people have said like, "Oh, I'd love to be a fly in the on the wall."
In the wall.
We're letting you all be those, right? And Sean just randomly texted me the other day. He's like, "What are the 3 biggest missed opportunities?" I'm like, "Well, okay, of my life, like should I, like of Notre Dame in general, like BK." And so we kind of talked a little bit about both, and then we had a question yesterday in the show, which was the question, which was a great question, was which game would have had the bigger impact in the trajectory of the Notre Dame program? BC in '93 or USC in 05. And I kind of came down to it that I don't think either would have necessarily had a huge change in the trajectory of the program. I think we would have had a different, would have given Lou one more title, but I don't think what happened next would have happened next. Would have changed what happened. What happened next would have still happened, because there were some inherent flaws. The administration was still going to be against him. Now, the only thing that may have changed is he may have retired earlier. Somebody in the chat yesterday mentioned that, he might have stepped away after that year, because of his health problems, his wife's health problems, all those other kind of things. And so, but it doesn't. It would have made a great era even greater, but I don't think it changes what came next. Same thing in 05. I don't think that they would have won a title that year. We could debate if they would or wouldn't have. But I still don't think that they would have, even if they beat USC. And I think Charlie still would have been Charlie. And ultimately his tenure would have ended in failure. I think that neither changed that. I do, however, and this kind of got us into a conversation about the Brian Kelly era.
It would have been interesting to see how that next recruiting class would have been impacted, though.
In 05?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is they had a top 5 class in 06. And then, the 07 class, because they had, that was the class they had Sam Young. They had that great O-line class with Sam Young, Dan Wenger, Matt Carriefell. They had some pretty good players there. Maybe they'd have got some better skill players, because they got who was the one cat they got? I want to say not Robbie, I forget his name, Robbie Jackson. That wasn't it. I'm trying to remember who it was. But then
I'm saying if Brady Quinn is the quarterback that ends USC's winning streak.
But even off that, they still got Jimmy Clausen, who was, at the time was considered the LeBron James of high school football. That's what people called him. That 07 class ended up getting them, which came after the 06 season, got them Golden Tate, Duval Kamara. Duval Kamara is a 5-star receiver. They got Mike Ragone, 5-star receiver.
Right.
Maybe it would have helped them get better defensive players, but in 06 they signed. We were talking recently about Notre Dame getting Micah Bell and Christian Gray and how they're both top 100 players.
Right.
And he said the last time Notre Dame signed 2 corners that were both ranked in the top 100 by at least one service was the 2006 class, which got put together during the 05 run.
Yeah.
So, they got Darren Walls and Rayshawn McNeil, right? So they were getting, his 08 class, which came after the 07 season, was the number 2 ranked class in the country. They got Michael Floyd, Deion Walker, Dane Christ, Kyle Rudolph. They got some dudes. So it's I still think Charlie's fundamental failures were still going to shine through.
Come through,
yeah. And so that's the perception maybe of the program changes. Big picture, the perception may have changed.
Yeah.
But overall, I think the trajectory is still the same. Where I think you could really have a conversation, and it ended up being a lot longer list than 3, are the missed opportunities that Notre Dame had the last 10 plus years of the Brian Kelly tenure.
Oh, there are plenty.
Where if they could have done this differently, that differently, won this game, and we're not even talking about if you would have fired Brian Van Gorder, if you could take this staff and put it on that team. We're just talking about those teams. How the perception of this football program would be so much different. And then next week, we're going to talk about what are the things that Marcus Freeman needs to do, and what are the opportunities that he's going to be presented the next 2 years, and what he needs to do beyond just the easy option of win all the games. Oh, sure, right? But there's a little bit more to it than that.
Right.
But we'll talk about that next week. But this week, we're going to take a little bit of a trip down memory lane and just kind of play some hypothetical, Sean. And that is, what would have happened if ... And so we've kind of gone through and we've picked some games that we want to discuss. And there's a couple more, Sean, that popped into my head that I want to bring up as we're talking.
Okay.
And obviously, Bama 2012, I think is where you have to start. Because here's the thing.
Do we have to?
We do. And we'll only talk about the game because that would be sad and pitiful and make us, want to cry. But
that game was huge for college football. I'll get into that. But you
no. Go ahead. Explain that because I'm going to go in a different direction.
For college football, because I don't know if a lot of people recognize the people that before Brian Kelly got the job, the people that Notre Dame were rumored to have given a job to or spoken to.
Offered it at least unofficially. Yeah.
Part of that ESPN crew that was covering that game was Urban Meyer. And I'll never forget, Urban Meyer, post-game, said, I stood on the sidelines and I watched. And he said, I saw where other teams have to get to in order to compete.
Mm-hmm.
And then he takes the Ohio State job. And he had it in his mind, okay, because he talked about the trenches. He was like, yo, this game, he was like, you watch these two teams walk on the field. And he made it about more than just scheme. He made it about, nutrition, strength and conditioning. Right. Things have changed. College football, Nick Saban has taken that step in college football that everyone else has yet to catch up to. And I think that's when you start to see a lot of other teams understand, even Notre Dame eventually understanding the importance of strength and conditioning.
Right.
In the trenches.
Of course, it took him a long time to figure that out.
Yeah.
Yes. Here's the intro. Here, that's all true. And because when Ohio State, because so you look at what Ohio State
job, was it right after that game? Or
no, that was actually his first year at Ohio State was 2012.
Okay.
But I don't remember him in the coverage. Didn't watch the coverage of that game, but he that was his first year at Ohio State. And they were a little different. I mean, they were Braxton Miller and running around and, running that old Alex Smith Utah offense. And I think that still had an impact on him because I do think he, like David Shaw does for things like that. I do think he was part of the coverage, but he actually was in his first year at Ohio State. And then you fast forward 2 years later, when Ohio State played Bama in the playoff and how they went out and just physically imposed their will on that football team.
Mm-hmm.
And to your point, that's what Ohio State became known for is, they're going to impose their will on you in the trenches.
Yeah.
And sort of beat Bama at their own game. And it helped that they had, Blake Sims at quarterback. That was not one of the better quarterbacks that Alabama had. And their overall talent level was really good, but not quite as good as was going to be the next couple of years. For me, Sean, that game is interesting because I have always asked myself, if they won that game, is Brian Kelly even Notre Dame's head coach the next year?
Oh, that's a good question. Because
the recruiting class they put together that year was pretty awesome. And it finished third. You talking about, you got Malik Zaire, you got Greg Bryant, you got Torian Folston, Will Fuller, Torrey Hunter, Corey Robinson, Durham Smythe. Your offensive line class was unreal. McGlinchey, Steve Elmer, Hunter Biven, Colin McGovern, John Montelis. Defensive, you got Eddie Vanderdoes, you got Isaac Rochelle. Linebacker, you got Jalen Smith, you got Doug Randolph, who didn't pan out, but he was a very highly ranked recruit that they I believe they flipped from Stanford. Michael Deeb, you got Cole Luke was a top ranked cornerback coming out. Drew Tranquil, I believe, was part of that class as well as a safety. So, Drew was 14. Excuse me, Drew was 14. 13, they got Max Redfield, who's a 5-star, and got him in January. So, you look at that class and you're like, man, that was they. So, like, if they beat Bama, one of two things happens. One, they all of a sudden become an offense, a recruiting juggernaut, even beyond what they did. But number two, more importantly, is what if? Do you really think? Because, like, what have I said for years, Sean? And you and I have been on the same page on this. Brian Kelly wanted out of Notre Dame for years,
multiple times, right? Yeah,
for years, he wanted out of Notre Dame.
Yeah,
it's just. There was never the team that was willing to take him, right? I had a conversation with this about somebody yesterday.
Yeah.
If you beat Bama, does somebody take him?
Yeah. Probably. At that point, they definitely probably take him, and it will probably be in the NFL. It would be very interesting is going back and remembering the landscape. Who would have been the successor? That would have been very interesting at that time. Like, if Notre Dame wins and he goes to the NFL,
right?
Who comes to take his place?
Right. Yeah, because there's two ways to look at it, right?
Yeah.
The one way to look at it is, well, they won, so now, like, you got to follow in the footsteps of a guy that won a title. The other is, hey, they prove they can win. I want to go there and win and build my own legacy, right? So, do they go back for Stoops and Ferentz again? Who they offered the job to before Kelly. I mean, it's an interesting scenario to consider. Yeah. So they didn't win that game. So let's move on.
Because of the difference in disparity in talent and other things.
It was a combination of two things to me.
It was a missed opportunity, but it wasn't really.
Right. I will still contend that game should have been much more competitive than it was. And as you go back and you talk to former players, Bama was the better team. But Manti was not Manti that game. And I've talked to some former players like, we all knew what was happening. Like, that was a major, we were not locked in for that game. And then, of course, Kelly's interviewing for another, once again, a big game that Brian Kelly doesn't get his team mentally ready for. And not the fact that he didn't know that was going to be a problem for his football team. The whole situation was going to be a problem for his football team. It's just another example of that. But I don't know if they would have beat Bama. Maybe they don't. But that should have been a competitive football game, in my opinion.
It should look competitive after the first drive.
Yeah.
When they came out and stopped them, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was worried about, right? The trenches. I'm worried about the trenches. I'm worried about Eddie Lacy in the running game.
And that's the thing is, I wasn't worried about that. And if you go back and watch the game, the Notre Dame D-line played really well that game. I mean, Tuitt, Nix, and Cap, until he got hurt, were playing really well. I mean, how many times did Manti or Zeke or Dan Fox have a chance to make a tackle just in the hole at or behind the line of scrimmage? The D-line did their job, and they were just whiffing. And so it's like, but that's not who they were. Like they weren't that team that missed those tackles in the regular season. That was my point. They were not the team we saw against Stanford. They were not the team we saw against Oklahoma. They were not the team, you know what I mean? And now I don't know if they'd have beat Bama, but it shouldn't have been like that. It was the other stuff to me that led to that, in my view. But we'll never know. But it's like, as at the time, you just think, well, Bama's way better. But then you see the pattern, right? And so am I to believe the same thing about Miami 17? They're just way better than Notre Dame. Or were they just better prepared mentally that day? So, you go on to 2013, Sean. Any games from 2013? There's a like you could mention, we'll try to focus on like the ones that could have really changed the trajectory of a game, not so much just a season. 2013, you could say, what if they beat Oklahoma or Pitt, whatever, but that was a flawed Notre Dame team.
Really was.
2014.
Yes.
A lot of people will say Florida State.
As they should.
Mm-hmm.
As they should.
Is that, however, the game that you would point to in 2014 as that? Because I actually don't. 2014
has a lot. It's a bunch of games I can choose from in 2014 that were painful, that were big opportunities.
Because again, we're talking about what was, and when we talk about missed opportunity, it's an opportunity that then you build off that.
The 2014 season. The Florida State game, because of what it meant nationally, two highly ranked teams, Notre Dame at Florida State, Jameis Winston, their win streak, when the opportunity to end that, get probably into the top 3 of the rankings. And we know how the season played out with injuries, but that team healthy with that win would have made a statement.
Yes.
That would have been a statement win. And I think the way they competed, I think even coming out of that game, people have respect like, oh, okay, because we expect the Florida State to put up numbers, put up points, and win comfortably. Notre Dame controlled the majority of that game.
Mm-hmm.
They controlled the majority of that game. And then what we came to learn as the season played out is that Florida State team really wasn't as good as the previous 2 Florida State teams had been. They were young. They did have Dalvin Cook. They came on. They ended up making it to the Rose Bowl, but then they get crushed in the Rose Bowl. So they really weren't as good as we thought they were. But at that point, it would have been a huge win. The Arizona State game could be a game because Arizona State was still at that point, the season was redeemable at that point. Mm-hmm. You win that Arizona State game and you get on a roll, and then you finish up with the Stanford. I mean, with the a better performance at USC.
Right.
That's the game I wanted to mention. But, that 14 season just went off the rails. For me personally, the Florida State game is the one I would probably point to, but I know you could probably bring up Stanford.
No, there's one game. Because, again, when I look at this, and this part of the fun of this, and this is why we didn't set, terms of it has to be this kind of game, because then it's more fun, is how do you look at it? What do you perceive as the missed opportunity?
Yeah.
For me, when I look at it, I try to look at games, and that's what kind of led to, the things that we discussed earlier is 05 USC and 93 BC were missed opportunities for those seasons.
Right.
Those seasons would have been perceived way different if those games go differently, but I don't think they necessarily changed the trajectory of your program. The games that I wanted to, again, Sean, we're both coming to this however we want. That's part of the fun of it.
Right.
For me, it was what game changes the direction of that team. And I don't know if the Florida State game necessarily had as much of an impact, because I kind of looked at that as very similar to how the Oklahoma game was the Georgia game was in 17. Hey, we lost that, but we showed we belong here.
Yeah.
To me, it's more of the Arizona State game. To me, is that game. Because here's how I feel about that. If they outplayed Arizona State in so many different ways. I mean, they were down 34-3 at one point. And whenever it had that pump fake and it hit Amir Carlisle over the top for the touchdown, it was 34-31.
Yeah.
And think about that comeback. And then, of course, they ran a wheel route in the next play, and Brian Van Gorder tried to cover it with Sheldon Day. So, to me, if they don't turn the ball over 75, what was the turnover total of that game, Sean? 75? Didn't they turn it over 75 times that game, I think?
Yeah,
that's what it felt like. Yeah. If they go out down and beat that was a top 20 Arizona State team. Notre Dame should have beat them convincingly. They weren't injured that game. They weren't beat up that game. They just handed that game. They were not shocker, Sean. I know you're – brace yourself. This is going to surprise you that I'm going to say this, okay? Because I've never said this before, sarcastically. They weren't mentally prepared to play the game that day. They were not focused. They were not a focused football team. They're doing stupid mistakes, blown coverages, missed tackles, dumb interceptions and turnovers that you're this team wasn't emotionally and mentally ready to play. I truly believe if they win that game, they beat Northwestern the next week, they beat Louisville. I still think they would have lost to USC. That USC team in 2016, by the end of the year, was playing at an incredibly high level. That was the team that went on to beat a really good Penn State team in the Rose Bowl.
That was a heck of a receiving corps.
Yes, yeah. And Sam Darnold was hot. I mean, that team was really good. They beat Washington went to the playoffs that year, and their only loss was at home by 2 touchdowns to USC late in the year. And so I felt like that because of all the injuries, beating Arizona State doesn't mean that Drew Tranquill doesn't get hurt the next week, or doesn't mean Sheldon Day doesn't get hurt. That's not how it works, right? They still would have had the injuries, but I do think a mentally tough team would have been more competitive that game. Yeah. Where if they'd have lost, maybe it was 35-24, 35-20, something like that. And then we would all have been more understanding of that loss because USC was red hot and you were beat up.
Yeah.
And then you're 10-2, and then you go into the postseason and, you handle your business in a bowl game. And all of a sudden you're talking about, an 11-2 football team.
Yeah.
Coming 2 years after you just went to the play for the national championship.
Yeah.
Right. And then the momentum that builds for you into 2015. So I think there is some games there, but I think at the end of the day, it wouldn't have had a huge impact because of the injuries. I still think they would have lost to USC. But I think if there was one game that could have had a bigger impact, because then you ask yourself, what kind of recruiting class could you have put together if you didn't just completely implode? Because the thing is, Sean, and Notre Dame actually had a lot of momentum recruiting-wise and perception-wise after the Florida State game. A lot of people didn't think they belonged on the field that day.
Right.
They showed they could compete.
Yeah.
It was all gone, though, 2 weeks later when you go to Arizona State. It's all gone. Now the Florida State game looks like a fluke.
Right.
And so to me,
so.
Right. The perception changed in that game. 2015 to me, there's 2 seasons more than any other where those missed opportunities reigned supreme to me. 15 and 17. Let's move to 15.
Okay.
What was the missed opportunity you most hang your hat on? I mean, there's really 2, right? I mean, we can agree on that, right? There's 2.
Yeah.
Clemson and Stanford. Of those 2, which was biggest?
Probably the Clemson game. The Clemson game changes the trajectory of college football.
2 programs went in a different direction that day.
Absolutely. And you get a chance to probably redeem yourself against Alabama in the championship game. And that we have spoken to players on that team that felt like they offensively could have gone toe-to-toe with that Bama team offensively.
Right.
And it would have been a matter of who got the ball last.
Right.
So
would have looked exactly like the Clemson-Alabama title game.
Right. So now the trajectory that Clemson went on, Notre Dame, do they go on that trajectory?
Right.
After that?
Because we've talked about this. Notre Dame had out-recruited Clemson for the 5 classes beforehand.
Yeah.
They had more guys drafted in the first 3 rounds from that team that played on that team, not like a freshman who didn't play that eventually became a first round, but guys that played on that team. Notre Dame had more first, second, and third round picks on that roster than Clemson had.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that game, without a doubt.
Can I say one more thing?
Yep.
That was also the game where Notre Dame had the smallest discrepancy at quarterback in the big games compared to every other one that we're going to talk about.
And that was the backup plan.
Yeah. Yeah. But even then, Deshaun Kaiser was the closest gap to Notre Dame's had to a great other team's great quarterback than all the other games we're going to discuss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Deshaun was still ascending.
Right.
You know, that was his first season as a full-time starter.
Correct.
Right?
It was only his third start, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
He started against like UMass and Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
That's it before the Clemson game.
Yeah. So that was probably his confidence game. Like,
right.
Okay, man, we can go. And then they ended up beating. They ended up beating Louisville that year, right?
15.
Was that 15?
No.
They beat 16. It was either 15 or 16. They played Louisville and beat Lamar Jackson.
Clemson. Clemson. Yes. Yeah, they beat Lamar. They beat Lamar in 16 and 17.
17, yeah.
Yeah, 16 and 17. And the 16 win was even bigger because Louisville that was the year Lamar won the Heisman.
Right.
And he was better that year because his team was better.
Right.
He was a one-man wrecking crew in 17. I mean, he lost a lot of good players from that 16 team. But yes, it was 16 and 17 that they beat Louisville.
So yeah, you look at the impact that game had on college football in general, and you know, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
You know, we wish, most people would say, man, if 8 doesn't get hurt the week before.
Sure.
But
because it was like 3 weeks before.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like they had time.
But even with 14, like
you should have won. Yeah. There's no doubt you win with Malik.
Yes.
There's no doubt you win with Malik. I've said that a million times.
Yeah.
But you still shouldn't have. You didn't lose because of Deshaun per se. Because think about it. Clemson goes up 7-0. You get the ball back and you shank a punt, give them a short field. They go up 14-0.
Yeah.
You come out of halftime, you fumble kickoff inside your own 10, and it leads to another score. Deshaun has Alizé Mack running wide open down the seam, and he completely misses him and throws an incomplete deep ball to Corey Robinson on a forward. If he reads that out, he should bang that backside seam route, and it's a walk-in touchdown for Alizé. You went for 2 too early. I mean, and still with all that,
you fumbled going into the end zone.
Yes. Oh, I forgot about the Chris Brown fumble. You fumbled. So you fumbled coming out of the end zone. You fumbled going into the end zone. You shanked a punt that gave them like a 25-yard scoring drive. And with all that, Notre Dame is a 2-point conversion away from being tied.
Right.
And if they tie that game, they go into overtime and win.
They win
because they had all the momentum.
They have all the momentum.
Correct. And like you said, that game arguably is the biggest missed opportunity of them all. I think there's one other. There's one other.
Yeah.
There's one other that's going to come, I think, 2 seasons later if it's it's the same game we're talking about.
Yeah.
But to me, that game sends Notre Dame off on a different trajectory, but I don't know if Clemson ever becomes Clemson after that game because they don't play for the championship.
Right.
They don't get that excitement as a program that, hey, we can beat anybody that they got from that game. And, I don't know if they become what they become. I think they still have been really good, but I don't know if they become what they become. And that's the interesting thing about, because do they, part of the success they had that year eventually led to them getting Trevor Lawrence.
Absolutely.
Do they get Trevor Lawrence? You know what I mean? That's the thing is if they don't become that program, does Trevor go there? Or does he go to Georgia or somewhere else? Right.
Yeah.
And so those are all part of it. I also feel like they probably still make the playoff, even if they lose to Stanford, if they beat Clemson, because it would have been a barn burner to a top 5 team on the road. Your resume, you still would have had a better resume than Michigan State that year.
Yeah.
I mean, you would have knocked Clemson out, right? Most likely because you beat them at your place.
Yeah.
So, and again, you and I have felt that 15 team could have played with a lot of different people. And, and then there are some injuries that happened that I don't think happened if they are in the playoff. And one being the injury that Sheldon Day sustained in bowl prep.
Right.
I don't know if that's one that happens in that instance. So that game to me is very intriguing, Sean, because you and I have said for a long time, that was Notre Dame's, just looking at the roster, forget what was on the sideline as far as coaching. Yeah. That roster right there was as good as any roster in college football that year.
That was his peak. That was his program at its peak. And it probably hurt him the most because he probably felt like this is my curtain call. For someone that was looking to leave, that 15 team was probably his curtain call. Let me win and let me get out of here. Right? Which kind of yields to what we've heard about turmoil in that locker room during the 16 season that led to that 16 season, coming off of the disappointment of the 15 season.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting because somebody just said Clemson would have become Clemson. Clemson had been Clemson before. No, they hadn't.
No.
They had not. I mean, the best they had done was 10-3 a couple years before where they beat Ohio State in the bowl game. The year before they were 10-3 the year before.
Yeah, Florida State was still dominating the conference, the ACC, up until that point.
Right. Now, Clemson winning that game, they beat Louisville by 3 the week before, or 2 weeks before, right? And a bye. Barely beat Louisville. They beat Florida State. And if I remember correctly that year, they beat Florida State 23-13. And I believe they also barely beat South Carolina that year.
Yeah.
They had not beaten those two teams in a while.
No.
Because that was, because when Spurrier was they had beaten South Carolina the year before at home. They hadn't beaten South Carolina out South Carolina in a while because, remember, Spurrier dominated Clemson. Dominated Clemson in his tenure.
And they had they lost a close game to Florida State the year before because Deshaun played as a freshman in that game.
23-17, right.
That was one of the games that Jameis was suspended.
Right.
And he did not play in that game.
Right.
Because of the on-campus incident. And they still lost. Ended up losing, that game.
You can say it. When Jameis stole some crab legs, you can say it. And then when he went out and, had the other thing that happened, that he was accused of, it was so your point is Florida State it wasn't just like Jameis missed because of an injury.
No.
There's a lot of distractions going on at Florida State, and they still went out.
And they still out and won without him.
Right.
In that previous season. So Florida State came into that season still being the king of the ACC. So no, Clemson had not established.
Yeah, and do they have the confidence? It's a lot like Sean the Notre Dame beating Stanford in 2012. Does Notre Dame go 11-1 in 2012 if they don't beat Stanford? Do they even go 10-2? Because that win gave them the confidence that, hey, we are not that program anymore.
Exactly.
And the Notre Dame win was that for Clemson, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Do they beat Florida State that year? Do they beat South Carolina that year? They didn't punish South Carolina. Yeah. They had a battle with North Carolina in the ACC title game. Remember that? That was a Marquise Williams-led North Carolina team that year. So to me, Sean, I don't know if Clemson becomes Clemson in that regard. I really don't.
Yeah.
But I definitely know this. It would have been a big boost for Notre Dame.
Absolutely.
It would have, in my opinion. It would have. So let's talk 2017, Sean.
Do we have to?
We do.
That might be one of the most frustrating seasons.
Because I'll say this. I think the 2015 team was Notre Dame's best roster.
Yes.
I think 2017 was Notre Dame's best chance to win a title.
Ooh.
And here's why I'll say that. Part of winning a title is also what's around you.
Facts.
And when I look at like the team that won the title that year, that was not a great Bama team. It wasn't. They had a great defense, but that was not a great Bama team. We're talking about Bama lost 26-14 to Auburn right before the playoff.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Beat Clemson 24-6, beat Georgia 26-23. It was not a good Alabama offense. Alabama that year averaged 37 points a game, due in large part to the fact that they scored 66 against Ole Miss, 59 against Vanderbilt, 56 against Mercer. Right? They scored 24 in a season opening win over Florida State. They scored 27 in a win at Texas A&M. They scored 24 in a win over LSU. They scored 14 in a loss to Auburn. And then there were 2 playoff games because they didn't make the SEC playoffs or SEC title game that year. It was Auburn versus Georgia.
Yeah.
And then they scored 24 against Clemson. And one of those touchdowns, if you remember correctly, was on either a blocked punt or a fumble. It was a wasn't it Jaron Reed that scored the touchdown in that game? I have to look it up now.
I think so.
But, their offense was far from a juggernaut. And I don't think they matched up great with Notre Dame that year, in my opinion. And so I feel like when I look at that team, I just feel like that Notre Dame team, in my opinion, Sean, had the best chance with what's around them. Because I think they would have beat Clemson in a rematch. I do. And here's why I say it. And let's just get to the game. We know which one we're talking about. It's not Georgia. It's not the Georgia game. It's Miami.
Yeah.
Because I feel after 1993, I still feel that the stretch of football they played from BC to Wake Forest was the best stretch of football I've seen from Notre Dame since 93.
Most dominant,
right. Yeah. Outside of maybe a stretch of about a month in 05. Maybe.
Yeah.
But I would still go with 17 because the 17 team I think was better on defense than that 05 team. You had the best line of college football. You're not just winning games. You're killing people.
You're pushing people around.
Yes. You destroyed Michigan State on the road.
Yeah.
You ran for $180. You ran for $180 against Michigan State. Here's what little stat about Michigan State. Number one, Michigan State ended up that year with 10 wins, ranked in the top 15.
Yeah.
They had the number 2 rush defense in the country that year, at the end of the year. Notre Dame ran for $180, and by the second half of the game, they were down to their 4th string running back. Remember?
Yeah.
Tony Jones got hurt the week before against BC.
Yeah.
Josh Adams got hurt in the first half. Dex replaces him, has a great catch. He then gets hurt. You played most of the second half with Deion McIntosh as your running back.
Who was doing work, actually.
Who was doing work. And you ran for $180 against the number 2 rush defense in the country.
Yeah.
You ran for almost 400 yards against an 11-win USC team, right, that ended up 11-3 that year. You ran for over 300 yards in a win over an NC State team that won 9 games, and you blew them out 35-14. You beat USC 49-14. You beat Michigan State 38-18, and they scored last and got a 2-point conversion to make it 38-18.
Yeah.
And you beat NC State 35-14, ran for over 300 yards against a team whose entire starting defensive line got drafted in the first round or higher.
Yeah.
Not just even in the NFL, 4th round or higher.
Yeah.
The starting middle linebacker that game was also a 3rd-round pick who started for the Bengals this past year in the flipping Super Bowl. And you bullied that team despite them scoring off of a blocked punt.
Yeah.
Think about that. It was 35-14, and one of their touchdowns was on a blocked punt. Their quarterback was a 4th-round draft pick on that NC State team, and you destroyed them. And so when I look at that team, I still believe that team could have played with anybody if they had the same confidence going into the end of the season that they had during that dominant stretch, and that was all lost during the Miami game. And it was, and you've talked to guys about this before, Sean. I mean, I'll just let you dive into it when you're ready to go, Sean. I mean, just to me, it's that team to me. If you go and Miami was not that good that year. Everybody looks at the ranking and all that. I mean, we're talking about a Miami team, Sean. I'm going to pull it up. Like, if you remember, they were undefeated that year, but they were like barely beating people that weren't good. I'm going to pull up that team.
Their turnover margin was ridiculous.
Insane. Yeah.
And they still were having tough games down to the
They
end.
beat Florida State by 4, Georgia Tech by 1, Syracuse by 8, North Carolina by 5.
Yeah.
Beat Virginia 44-28, and they pulled – that was the week after. They beat Virginia Tech 28-10 the week before. I mean, that team didn't belong on the field with Notre Dame that day. That day they did, but like as a team, they were not a very good football team. But like, I mean, you can relay what guys have told you, Sean. You've talked to them. That team just mentally was not ready to play that game that day.
We heard the stories. There was so much about the preparation of the game, so much about what they encountered when they pulled into the locker room. To the parking lot. So much about what they encountered when they got into the locker room. And you talk about the one opportunity to EQ early. And they bang that. And Brandon hits that early. The crowd is quiet. And all of a sudden, the whole trajectory of that game changed.
And it's exactly what they've been doing the weeks before. I mean, because remember, Sean, they were coming off a game against Wake Forest. They had over 700 yards of offense.
Yeah. But I will say this. There was an issue where the players prior to the game, during preparation, felt like the coaching staff was uptight. Coming into the game, and in turn it got transferred to the players, and the performance you saw was a team that, look, Brandon Wimbush still to this day is like, dude, we're in the locker room saying, man, we're about to go out here, kick their ass, get back on the bus and go home. Like they felt and they knew that team wasn't as good as them.
Right.
They knew it. But once you make mistakes and you start playing a little bit tighter, the crowd gets into it, and it just became an avalanche of sorts. Right. And the game got out of hand. Ian Book comes in, he throws the pick 6.
Yeah.
And before you know it, that's it. And that's how quickly things can go.
Right.
But for them, it was just all about preparation, being uptight, the game plan. Like, we're doing what?
They're running like reverses on short yardage with Chase Claypool. It's like you're playing right into Miami's hands of trying to run east-west.
We just dominated North Carolina State. Like
they coached afraid of Miami.
Yes,
is what they did, because Miami had a really good D line that year.
They had a good D line, and they had linebackers that were ultra aggressive, but they really weren't good in coverage.
They were freaking freshmen. Yeah. 2 of their starting linebackers were freshmen. Shaq Quarterman was a freshman on that team.
Yeah.
And Notre Dame coached scared.
Yes.
I mean, they're doing a lot of east-west stuff where it's like, that's like you said, that's the last thing you want to be doing against that Miami. Because the one thing Miami could do, they could run. And they panicked. When Brandon missed a couple early throws, I think that they panicked. And they went away from what got in there.
We're going to punch you in your mouth. We missed the big throws. Now we come back. We reestablish the line of scrimmage. We punch you in the mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And, wear you down. Like we wore every other team down on our schedule. It's not like they hadn't faced a viable defensive front before.
Right. Exactly. Like we said, like 2 weeks before they pushed around Michigan State. I mean, NC State. They ran for $180 against the number 2 rush defense in the country. Remember, Michigan State had Kenny Willekes. They had a really good D line that year.
Yeah.
who's the other team that there was another team they played at Boston College had Zach Allen and Harold Landry.
Yeah.
They ran for over 5 bills.
Yeah.
That's a second and a third round draft pick against Boston College. And they ran for over 500 yards. You know,
Brandon had a heck of a day that day too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but Sean, if you take away Brandon Wimbush rushed for over 200 yards that day. If you take away his 200 yards, they still went for over 300 yards in that game.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the point is you win that game.
Yeah.
Back to kind of why it was a missed opportunity. If you win that game, there's no way that team loses to Stanford. None.
No.
Because they would have been much more mentally prepared for that game, too. I mean, they lost by 18. They were winning in the fourth quarter. They had a lead in the fourth quarter and just choked it away. And Brandon never recovered from the Miami game, ever.
No.
Even against Michigan to a degree, he never really recovered from that game, in my opinion. And I think part of it was they benched him so quickly. I mean, he's coming off the best game of his career. I know he hurt his hand. He's coming off the best game of his career. We threw for 280 yards, rushed for over 100 yards, and only played 3 quarters of football.
Yeah.
And leads the offense over 700 yards, and they benched him in the first half. And then when you put Ian in, and then Ian throws a pick six, number one, you're putting Ian in a spot you shouldn't have put Ian into.
Tough spot.
Right?
Tough
that was
environment.
unfair to Ian. I'm not even going to blame Ian on that one.
Yeah.
Like, you put him into a tough spot. You shouldn't have put him into. A rabid crowd, a defense that was just looking to force a turnover, and he throws a pick six. And at that point in time, game was over. I mean, you just weren't coming back from that because that team was so shook. Notre Dame was so shook. And that's the thing that got me, Sean, is the team we had seen just didn't show up that day.
No.
If they would have, they win. And if they win that one, they beat, they beat Miami. They would have, in my opinion, they would have beat Stanford, I should say.
Yeah.
So then it gets into let's
we're going to 19.
Yeah, no. I mean, to me, the point of that is because when you get back down to it, I point again to the fact that what happens that year if things go differently, right? So number one, Bama's not in the playoff. That knocks Bama out. If Notre Dame's in, that knocks Bama out, right?
No, I didn't think about that.
Because Bama didn't play in the SEC title game that year. Bama lost the last game of the season to Auburn 26-14. Bama's out.
Right.
Then the question is where's Notre Dame seated, 2 or 3, and then who's the team that they play?
Right.
Right? Because Clemson that year was the 1 seed. So one of two things would have happened. They would have here's the interesting thing. They had Oklahoma as the 2 seed and Georgia as the 3 seed. So I don't know if they would have had Notre Dame, because how the committee will. The one thing that I don't love about the committee is I think they always get the right 4. I think they don't always get the 4 in order that you need them to get into.
Right.
So do they have Notre Dame as the 2 or 3 against Oklahoma and then Georgia behind them? Would they have bumped Oklahoma up to 1 and dropped Syracuse down to 2 against, there's so many different scenarios, but Notre Dame basically would have had either Clemson or Oklahoma most likely in the first round because they weren't going to have a rematch of Notre Dame and Georgia in the first round.
No.
And so, if it's Oklahoma, that's probably the team I would have been most concerned about because they had a very high octane offense. Yeah. That was probably the worst matchup for Notre Dame in that playoff. But if they'd have got Clemson in the first round, they'd have done to Clemson what Bama did, because that was not a good Clemson team.
Not a good Clemson team.
No.
Quarterbacking issues. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And they lost to a 4-8 Syracuse team.
Yeah.
That was not a good. I would like to have seen what Notre Dame could have done in the playoff that year.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, a rematch against Georgia, I think works out really well for Notre Dame. I do. Whether that's in the championship game, because let's say that Notre Dame gets Clemson in the opener. They beat that Clemson team. I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. They beat Kelly Bryant. That'd have been the 3rd or 4th best team they played all year, in my opinion, that Clemson team. I still don't know how they got the number 1 seed, but whatever. And then Oklahoma and Georgia play. Okay, that plays out the kind of the way it did. And then you have a Notre Dame-Georgia rematch. I'll take that. Or potentially they play Oklahoma and all that. So the point is that's a playoff team, and I think a team that had a chance to, like the 18 team, to me, if they played out of their minds, and we'll get to 18, but like they weren't the best team that year.
No.
They would have had to have some things kind of go their way. Same with the 2020 team. 2015 and 2017 was different because they had rosters that I thought could go toe-to-toe with anybody that year.
Yep.
And that's the frustrating thing.
And
that 17 team especially.
That's when you can get into certain things where someone might say, a couple of plays go the other way in the 18 game.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't lose, Julian Love. Now,
right.
Freshman quarterback, we get him into the fourth quarter.
Sure.
Close game.
Maybe you have a shot.
Maybe you have a shot.
But they were better than you. I mean, top to bottom, Clemson had a better team than Notre Dame that game. In 2017, Miami did not. Clemson did not. I don't think Georgia did. But that's debatable. I mean, Georgia did beat Notre Dame, but I would always argue that was the second game under Elko and Lee and Bayless. I mean, Notre Dame was a different team a month into the season than they were in the second game of the year, and played like garbage in that game and still almost beat Georgia.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to be honest about it.
I mean, just look at the players they had on the field.
Yeah.
Especially at the skill position.
Flipping Freddie Canteen and Cameron Smith. You break.
You got EQ and Clay Chase on the sideline.
Because Chase, I mean, look at some of the plays Chase made once they put him in the lineup.
Yeah.
And that back shoulder grab against Michigan State coming out of the end zone, you know what I mean? Like had 9 catches for $180 against Wake Forest and still let a ball hit him in the freaking face and he didn't catch. You know what I mean? And he added an element that, I'm sorry, you were trying to go to Chris Fink in the fourth quarter on 3rd and 10 instead of Chase Claypool, and we kind of saw what happened. But and what we also forget is Notre Dame didn't have Kevin Stefferson against Georgia. He was suspended.
He came in late.
That's right. And when they added him against USC, that was a whole different offense.
Yeah.
Whole different offense. So yeah, man, I go back to that maybe being because 15 was the best team, but I still feel like the coaching would have cost them a championship.
Yeah.
I don't know if they could have beat Bama with Brian Van Gorder trying to stop that Bama offense. That was a pretty good Bama offense. 17 team, you can't say that. They had Elko. They had Harry. They had Chip. They had Coach Bayless. I mean, that was a team that you can't blame that one necessarily on the coaching, although they had some terrible coaching decisions early, but they corrected those decisions as the year went on. They didn't keep trying to go with Freddie Canteen and Cam Smith, partly because those guys got hurt. But, they did have Stefferson. They did get Stefferson back. They did put Chase into the lineup. And when they did, that was a whole different football team.
How do you feel about that 19 Georgia game?
That's another one for me that's on the list.
Now, see, because, of course, look, last possession, chance to win. Missed opportunity on the road. Definitely a chance to improve the national outlook on the program. Was that game more about Notre Dame or was that game more about Georgia? I think that's the question.
I think it's about Notre Dame.
Okay.
That's the frustrating thing for me, Sean, is a lot of these games, it's not like Notre Dame. Like here's what I always try to avoid. I try to avoid those games like 18 against Clemson. Like that would be the missed opportunity. Because here's what I will say: if they beat Clemson in 18, they'd beat Bama for the title. Not a doubt in my mind. That was not a great Bama team. But I still feel like Clemson was the better team. You just needed a couple things. You needed that fumbled punt. To go your way. You needed Ian to bang that poster out to Miles Boykin instead of fumbling and then Clemson score. I mean, you needed to play the perfect game to beat Clemson. I don't know if Julian doesn't get hurt. I don't know if they still beat them. I still don't think they had the quarterback to make those plays. I mean, Ian needed to make those plays, but there were some breaks that went Clemson's way. Chase dropping a 3rd and 10 that hit him right in the hands early in the game. I mean, there's a lot of things that didn't go their way. I don't know if they could have beat Clemson that year. All right. I think it should have been a much more competitive game. It should have been a close game, but maybe at the end of the game, Trevor, like you said about freshman quarterback, we're not just talking about a freshman. This isn't Jake Fromm.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, this is one of the best freshman quarterbacks we've ever seen, poise and all that. Maybe he does lead them down on a touchdown drive. But even then, that changes the narrative about Notre Dame. Because, man, they went toe-to-toe with the champs who blew out Bama the next week, and Notre Dame took them down to the wire. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I've talked to a lot of coaches and Power 5 coaches that know people at Clemson. I've said this 1,000 times. Clemson felt I know that I have a buddy of mine who knows a lot of coaches that were on that staff. They said when we beat Notre Dame, we knew we were going to be national champs again because we were not worried about Bama. We were much more worried about Notre Dame because Notre Dame's defense was legit that year, right, and Bama's sucked for Bama standards.
Right.
So that was kind of the thing. But Notre Dame wasn't better than Clemson. They just were good enough to where if they could have caught a couple breaks, then they could have won.
The upset. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
19's a little bit of a different story because in 19, I look at it and I say they should have beat Georgia. They had the better team than Georgia. They just, I talked to a coach at Notre Dame after that game, and he said, look, and he's not at Notre Dame anymore, but I talked to him after the year, and I was like, what happened there? He's like, man, look, when we lined up before we got on the field, he goes, I looked in the eyes of those kids, and I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Because it goes back to what? They weren't prepared.
Yeah.
Brian Kelly admitting after the game that they weren't prepared to have to go to the silent cadence. What? You're playing at Georgia. It's 2 top 10 caliber teams. Why are you not prepared for the freaking silent count against Georgia?
Yeah.
They were woefully unprepared for that game and still had the ball at the 48-yard line with 2 minutes left. And you choked it away. You had the lead a big chunk of the game. If I remember correctly, they led more in that game than they trailed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like, to me, that's different. When you beat, Miami's different. Like Clemson 15 is like, that was a great team that you could have beat, should have beat, but that was a really good team. Stanford, same way. With Miami, they were not on your level. No. Miami was not on their level. And with all due respect to Georgia that year, they were not on Notre Dame's level. They weren't. They had great players, but Notre Dame had great players. And that particular Georgia team, we have to remember, they had 2 first-round picks on that team. No, they didn't. Because Eric Stokes got hurt, or Tyson Campbell didn't play, and Eric Stokes got hurt on the first drive of the game.
Yeah.
So, it just was that was, to me, might be second to me behind Miami for a missed opportunity that would have changed the narrative about if you go on the road and you beat a Georgia football team that 2 years prior was national runners up, been landed top 3 recruiting classes and all that. You beat that football team on the road when you're a pretty heavy underdog. That changes the narrative for Notre Dame in a big, big way. Big, big way. And you talk about a huge missed opportunity.
Yeah.
And that was the Georgia team that ended up going 12-2 that year.
Yeah.
They got blown out by LSU, and they lost at home to Syracuse. This is who else they beat. They beat Notre Dame 23-17. They beat Kentucky 21-0, Florida 24-17, Missouri 27-0, Auburn 21-14, Texas A&M 19-13. It was not a great Georgia team.
No.
It was not.
No.
And, it's a missed opportunity. A road win over an SEC team, Sean.
Yeah. Yeah. So would you categorize the ACC championship in 20?
Oh, big time.
Missed opportunity?
You've said this a bunch. Sean, you should have been up 17-0 in the first quarter of that game.
Absolutely.
Should have been 17-0. At the very least, it should have been 13-0 before Clemson got on the board.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity because, again, a lot of this is about perception. And perception matters because perception impacts, do I want to coach at Notre Dame? Do I want to play at Notre Dame? It impacts all those kind of things. Do I want to stay at Notre Dame?
Yeah.
And when you do those things and miss those opportunities, it's just you add them you add them together. And it's just, if you just take half of the games we've talked about, the narrative about Notre Dame is so different now. And people say, well, narrative doesn't matter. Yeah, it does. It does for 17-year-olds that you're trying to convince to not go to Georgia and come here. You talk about the 15 Clemson game. If Notre Dame beats Clemson in a rematch and beats Clemson in 15, something they should have done, then Notre Dame's looking at this, and maybe even 17. Like, there's a chance that if Notre Dame and Clemson play in the playoff in 17, there's no doubt in my mind that Notre Dame wins that game. They're not getting beat by Kelly Bryant. Deshaun Watson barely beat them. They're not losing to Kelly Bryant. And so now all of a sudden you beat Clemson in 17, if that would have played out that way. You beat them in the regular season in 20. And then you should have beat them in the championship game, if we're being honest. Or at least it should have been a toe-to-toe, down-to-the-wire battle. The narrative, and then you beat Georgia in 2019, a team you were better than, and you just handed them that game. What is the perception of Notre Dame right now, even if everything else plays out the same way and, Kelly leaves and Freeman's here and all that other kind of stuff? What is the perception of Notre Dame if they have those wins? It's way different.
I'll be honest. It only takes one. It only takes one big win to change the trajectory and impact the next big game and the following big game. And 3 opportunities on this schedule this year. Because most people are still going to count that USC as a big game.
Sure.
They're still going to count that as a big game. Clemson is a big game. Sure. Ohio State is a big game. You have 3 opportunities. You have to change the narrative. You have to change the trajectory.
Right. But and we'll talk about that next week. But here's the thing, Sean. This show is irrelevant if not for those games, because there is no narrative to change.
Yes.
That's the point.
That's the point.
There's no narrative to change.
We can go back. You can talk about the 2005 game. You can talk about the 06 Fiesta Bowl against Ohio State. You can talk about all the games we just talked about. Notre Dame has probably gone into maybe one big game where they didn't have the talent to win. Talent hasn't been an issue.
Which game would you say that is? I know the opponent, but I'm curious which year it is.
I don't think they had the talent to beat Alabama in 12. I just don't. I didn't think so. Well, styles make fights.
Right.
I don't think they had the style to beat Alabama, because you weren't about to stand up and out physical Bama. That was what Notre Dame did to everybody else.
But let me ask you this question.
And the guys they had on the outside, they had Amari Cooper.
Sure.
They had some dudes on the outside.
Sure.
So that was a different. That wasn't like going to Norman, Oklahoma, and out physicaling it. Because we said,
but they did out physical Stanford that year.
That was the big win. But even Bama was just different.
Sure.
Than anyone they had saw, and the way they had won games.
Can I ask you a question, Sean? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you see, to me, or else I'll make a statement. You tell me if you agree, if you disagree. Tell me why I'm wrong here. I view the Alabama 2012 game, if Notre Dame is going in there with the right mindset, I view that game a lot like the 2018 Clemson game. If Notre Dame plays their game, they might still lose, but a break here, a break there, if Notre Dame plays their game, we're talking a lot more about that fumble that got overturned that should not have got overturned as being an impactful play. Absolutely. We're talking a lot more about Tyler Eifert being called out of bounds when it looked to me like he was in bounds. Mm-hmm. It doesn't really matter because they didn't belong on the field that day. Those plays, okay, maybe it's 42-21 but if Notre Dame plays the way they played against Stanford in Oklahoma, maybe that 2017-17 game that it would have been, we're talking differently if a couple of those things go their way.
Yeah.
It's like the Clemson game, because I would argue There's 3 games where Notre Dame just flat out did not have just wasn't as good as the other team. One much more narrow, that's Clemson 2018. To me, it's the 2 Bama games. Because I think 2020 was that way as well.
Yeah. You know what? I almost didn't even count those games. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. Of course. Yes. 2020 Alabama. No. It wasn't even that Bama team might be offensively top 5 all time. Offensively, we can get into that on another show, but I agree with you. I'll agree with you on that one. The 2018 Clemson game, I can see that, but I can see that being the same way as the 2012 game if the same team has showed up.
Let's go back to the 2020 ACC title game, Sean, because I think that's the game to me that is the bigger missed opportunity from that game. And here's why. You have said often that you think Notre Dame should have won that game. Yes. I agree. I don't think that was a very good Clemson team, and Ohio State showed that. To me, however, I would have really liked to have played Ohio State in 2020. I would have really liked to have played Ohio State in 2020. I think that would have, because here's the thing. Notre Dame doesn't, if Notre Dame beats Clemson, they don't play Alabama in the opening round. They're playing Notre Dame. I mean, they're playing
Ohio State.
They're playing Ohio State, because Bama still would have been the 1 seed, because Bama was undefeated that year, correct? Yes, they were 12-0 going, or 11-0 going to the playoff. So they would have still been the 1 seed. Notre Dame would have been Notre Dame would have been the 2 seed, because they'd have been undefeated and beat Clemson twice. And Clemson's out of the playoffs. So I would have liked to. I don't think that was a very good Clemson nor Ohio State team. I don't.
See, once again, I'm thinking about if you look at the performance that they came off of in the Big Ten championship game, I understand why you might think.
Well, it's not just that. It's how they played against Penn State that year. It's how they played against Indiana that year.
Yeah.
It's how they looked for the first half of the game against Nebraska, and the fact that they were only 6 games in going into the postseason. Only had 6 games under their belt.
They started late. Let's remember.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. They didn't look good in a lot of those games.
But boy, when they lined up against Clemson in that semifinal game, and the offensive weapons that they had, remember, Jameson Williams was the 3rd wide receiver on the team, 3rd, 4th wide receiver on the team. So, and he caught a touchdown in the semifinals.
But they had the same problem in 2020 that they had last year.
Yeah. And
that is they were not good in the trenches. And the one thing you and I have said about Clemson in 2020, they were not the same. They were not the same team on defense that they are now and that they were in the past.
Right.
Because, Breezy and Murphy were freshmen. Tyler Davis was banged up all year. Yeah. He missed the first Notre Dame game. He was never the same player. Their secondary was very mediocre, which is why we thought Notre Dame could light them up. And Ian Book hung 47 on them. And you had overtime and all that. But he also fumbled a ball going in. There was a lot of – Notre Dame tried to give Clemson that game and still beat Clemson, without Trevor. I look at that team and I say that was not a very good – and you and I have said this for years. Trevor Lawrence masked a lot of problems on that Clemson football roster.
Yeah. That year and the year before. Absolutely.
Right. And to me, I just feel like that was a bad matchup for Clemson, because their secondary was garbage. And as you mentioned, Alabama didn't look nearly as good against Notre Dame as Clemson looked, or Ohio State looked against Clemson throwing the football, right?
Yeah.
Part of the reason is Alabama went away from throwing the ball down the field because they were having a hard time protecting the quarterback.
Right.
So they just said, forget it. Notre Dame doesn't have the guys in space. That's not really Ohio State's offense. That's not quite the same. And Ohio State's offensive line wasn't as good as Alabama's offensive line.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying Notre Dame would have beat Ohio State, but I would have really liked to see that game get played.
Yeah.
Because they weren't going to beat Alabama.
No.
And with all due respect to Justin Field, he's not Mac Jones.
Yeah.
He wasn't that year.
It's a matter of Notre Dame being able, because that was a big play. That was part of the problem. It was feast or famine for that Ryan Day offense. Either they were creating big plays down the field or, running the ball down the throat.
But you need time to do that. And that was the issue against Northwestern.
Yeah. But they were able to do that against Clemson.
Right.
They were getting big plays all over the place, which was, like you said, you could have expected it. If you go back and look at the first Notre Dame game, Notre Dame popped.
Yeah. I mean,
big plays.
They couldn't cover Javon McKinley down the field.
Yeah. Yeah.
Forget Garrett Wilson and Jameson Williams and Chris Olave.
Yeah.
You couldn't cover Javon McKinley down the field.
So
right.
Yeah. So I can see that. And the reason I said that is because, just recently watching big games, going all the way back to, like I said, the 2005 Ohio State game. It's 8 minutes left in the third quarter. Notre Dame's up 2014 receiving a punt. And then the score ends up being like 45-26 or something like that. They were up 2014, like in control of the game. And like the other day we were talking, you're like, yo, Randy Kinder. Like Randy Kinder was running the ball down their throat for three quarters. And we're talking about a defense with Luke Fickell, Sean Springs. It was a really good defense at Ohio State. And this is 95 with Notre Dame. This is like Lou's back end. Like that team wasn't like it was Ron Powers, Randy Kinder. I don't even think it was one of Lou's best offensive lines, but they came in and pushed Ohio State around and just hit them in the mouth and made them play. And it took 2 turnovers late in that game to really get Ohio State and that offense going. They had Eddie George, Buster Stanley, Terry Glenn, Bobby Horn, Dudley at tight end. There was a lot of talent, So, look, at some point, what do they say? You create your own luck in sports, And at some point, by play, Notre Dame's going to have to create opportunities in games where they get the bounces or they get the ball to bounce their way. And hopefully that happens September 3rd because that's a game where you're going to have 1 or 2 plays that go your way. A big turnover here, a big turnover there, a tip ball that doesn't fall into their hands and you get another opportunity. I don't care if it's a good spot on a short yardage play. You're going to have to get the breaks to win a game like this, especially on the road. It won't be Notre Dame walks in there inferior from a talent standpoint. It won't be that Notre Dame walks in there scared. Like Notre Dame, look, Notre Dame walked into Georgia ready to play. Like no one's scared.
They were ready to play emotionally. They weren't ready to. They weren't prepared to play the fundamental football. I mean, you had all the false starts, those mistakes. They weren't prepared for that. And again, I think that goes down to, Sean, back to what you said earlier. And this is partly why. Actually, you know what? Let's transition to the next topic of conversation because I think this ties into the next one.
Yeah.
So our final topic for today's show is title contenders.
Yeah.
Who they are and how they stack up against past teams. Because I think as we look at this Notre Dame Ohio State team, I mean, I think they're both end of the season as title contenders, in my opinion. And I think the reason I think you and I have a bit of a disconnect with some of the folks in our chat who I do believe are understandably suffering through a little bit of BK PTSD is because I think they've accepted the fact that in those games, Notre Dame just wasn't good enough. And as you mentioned, there's maybe 2 games where you look at it and say they just weren't good enough to win that game.
Yeah.
It was Bama 12 and Bama 20.
I
right?
honestly forgot about Bama 20.
Yeah.
I think I just
It's such a weird year. It was
Yeah.
just such a strange year. I mean, you're
Yeah.
playing the Rose Bowl in Dallas. It just was a weird. Ohio State makes the playoff with 6 games.
Yeah.
So this is a weird year. I get it, but because Notre Dame just never showed up in those games, and I think the difference in games that happened in recent years compared to games like in 17, especially to a degree 15, but I kind of feel like this team the last few years have been more like that 15 team than the 17 team.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like the 17 team had a bit of a more of a fragile psyche. I just don't know if that team necessarily ever bought into as an entire unit that they were as good as they thought they were.
Mm-hmm.
The 15 team absolutely thought that they were as good as they were and better than they were. And I felt like, and it really started with some of those Alohi Gilman teams, like that Notre Dame 18 team. Part of what made Notre Dame good that year and why they kept winning games in the past years they would have lost, beating Pitt at the end, beating Virginia Tech on the road, coming back and winning different games, beating Michigan, is because that team had a supreme confidence in itself. And a lot of it comes down to your leadership.
Yeah.
And in 18, you look at a guy like Alohi Gilman, Drew Tranquil, you just around the roster. I mean, you had guys that played with a lot of confidence in themselves. And I think that was true in 20 to a degree, but more so in 21. And I felt like that's the big part of the reason Notre Dame won last year is because you had a lot of kids that were just like, okay, we're just better than this team. Why are we messing around with them? Let's go make plays and win this game. Right? Even though they were woefully unprepared in a lot of games from a coaching standpoint to win, they have a great deal of confidence. And I think that's why they have taken so well to Marcus Freeman and the staff, is because for the first time, they're being told, no, you are this good. And the whole Brian Kelly talking down the program didn't just involve recruiting, and there were always subtle things being said that kind of make like you're not good enough and you have to do it my way because you're not good enough to do it your way kind of thing. And I think part of the reason they've embraced Marcus Freeman so much is because from the minute he was hired as the defensive coordinator, much less the head coach, it was you can be great. You can be great, but you gotta, you gotta trust me because I have what it takes to show you how to be great.
Right.
But I believe you can be great. And I think that's the biggest thing is that's why I believe that Notre Dame is a title contender this year, is because I think that they're in position where they're going to go out and get, in my view, they're going to have the ability to say, hey, they have the roster. I mean, look, Sporting News just came out with a All-American, first team, second team All-American list, right? Notre Dame, Alabama had 5, Ohio State had 5. One of Ohio State's 5 was a kicker, right? Which matters, but it's not a position player. Notre Dame was next with 4. Only Bama had more guys on the first team. Why are we continuing to have conversation about Notre Dame not having the talent? Oh, they have an inexperienced quarterback. Ohio State had a guy last year that didn't throw a single pass, and he goes out there without having ever thrown a pass in college football and does, throws for over 4,000 yards, blah, 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 Heisman finals. Bryce Young goes out there, had way less production in as a freshman than Tyler Buckner. He goes out there last year, wins a Heisman, leads them to championship, blah, 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 right? See it all the time. Why is it different at Notre Dame? Why are we saying, well, Tyler Buckner's going to need a year to get going? Oh, this guy's going to need it. Well, they're going to need time. No, this is a transition year. No, that's BK PTSD, and I'm tired of it.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying they're going to beat Ohio State, but I'm saying is Notre Dame fans need to start looking at this team and saying, forget all this 8-4 nonsense. This team's not going to go 8-4. Right? This is a talented football team. And it's not us. It's not you guys are Notre Dame homers. Okay, fine. I have seen mock drafts that have at least 4 Notre Dame players going in the first round this year. Some have all 4. Yeah. Others, I've seen 4 in different ones. And that doesn't include Blake Fisher and Joe Alt and, some of the guys that we think are going to be big-time football players. Maris Luafau, guys like Cam Hart. And so to me, it's like you've got a chance to have a dominant lines on both sides of the ball. You've got somehow they're just not good at receiver. You got 4 kids on your roster this year that were you're gonna have 3 kids on your roster this year that were top 100 recruits coming out of high school wide receiver. arguably the best tight end in the country. You got a former top 100 player at running back. You got a former top 100 player at quarterback. And yet there's people that just don't think this team has talent. The same people that tell me stars matter are the ones saying Notre Dame doesn't have talent, right? And I don't understand it, right?
Yeah.
And so to me, that's where I kind of come from, Sean, is it's just Notre Dame fans need to start doing what the players are doing. And that is the players have bought into the fact that, no, we can beat anybody. We can play with anybody. And then we got to work to get there. We got to put in work. We're not just going to roll the balls out and beat Ohio State. We got to put in the work. But can they play with Ohio State? Yeah. I just don't expect this to be a game where they just go out. I'm not saying they're going to beat Ohio State. If I was making a prediction right now, Sean, I'd probably say I don't think I would predict them to beat Ohio State. But I think they're going to compete. Right? And could they beat Ohio State? Yes. I think they can. And so,
well, we can say this: Ohio State better bring it.
Yes, exactly, because they're not going to roll the balls out and beat Notre Dame either.
No, if they think they're just about to roll out there and be better,
which is what they did to Oregon and Michigan last year, right? And so I think, but I do think they're both title contenders. I think the other teams that we view as title contenders are Alabama, Georgia, correct?
Yep.
Clemson, right? To a degree, I'm still not sold on Clemson, but I look, they had one down year. They got to prove to me that they are what I think they are, which is a program on descent. But Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, and Notre Dame, I think are all title contenders this year. I think Clemson still deserves to be on there because they do have. I mean, we love Notre Dame's defensive line, but it ain't Clemson's, right? I mean, and they still have some players running around too, right?
They, other than Alabama, they gave. Without a quarterback, they gave Georgia like the best game.
Yeah. I mean, Georgia did not score a single offensive touchdown that game.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. They won 10-3. Their only touchdown was was it a pick six or a fumble return? I couldn't remember which one it was. Yeah.
I think it was a pick six.
Yeah. Yeah. But it was a defensive touchdown.
Yeah.
And to your point, and yeah, I mean, their defense is going to be really good.
Really good.
There's no question about it. Sean, as you look at this, here's part of the reason too that I look at this Notre Dame team, and honestly, I look at Ohio State this way. I actually think you can make a case, and some people are going to disagree with me. I think you can make a case. Like, I think Notre Dame can play with Ohio State. I've made that very clear. But if Ohio State does improve on defense this year, I do think they have a chance by the end of the year to be arguably the best team in college football by the end of the year.
Well, Jim Knowles is either going to be heaven sent or just a continuation of what has been. I can tell you wholeheartedly, just listening to Ohio State people.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be playing a 3-3-5, which is going to be very interesting in that first game.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
And I wonder if some of that's a smoke screen.
Hey, either way.
Because he wasn't doing that in past years.
No. Number one, their front seven, they're talented, but they're very young and they're thin.
Yeah, and they're not great at linebacker. I don't care Ohio State fans can come at me with all that. Their linebacking core, blah, 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 blah.
No. But their front defensively, very talented. They're young. Right? But thin and unproven. Offensive line, okay. Notre Dame should be able to win the battle in the trenches in this game. Right. Now, when you go outside to the skill positions, Notre Dame has to hold up.
Right.
They have to hold up. We're not asking them to lock down the wide receivers for Ohio State. We're asking you to compete, hold up, and when you get the opportunity to make a play, make a play. Your defensive line should be impactful enough that if you can just cause the quarterback to hold the ball that extra second to a second and a half, now you start to see the impact on the game. So it goes back to what you said. It's not so much about the narrative and what people think. Stars, because if you look at the stars, most people will say, okay, Ohio State has more 5 stars, more 4 stars.
Sure.
All of that. How are football games won? Where do they start at?
Right.
In the trenches, right?
Still
to this day. And Notre Dame has the advantage in the trenches.
Right.
If you talk to most football people that are unbiased, they will admit in the trenches, Notre Dame has the advantage. That's their advantage.
Right. The question is their advantage big enough there to negate the advantage Ohio State has on the perimeter?
Absolutely.
That's the question.
And at the quarterback position.
Right.
Which for Tyler is an unknown. Tyler could come out and play fantastic.
He could play great, and it still may not be enough if the defense can't make stops.
Right.
So the other thing to me when I look at this matchup too, Sean, is I think Ohio State's going to be a different team in November than they're going to be on September 3rd. I mean, both are, but Ohio State even more so because their adjustment on defense is going to be much greater than the one Notre Dame's making on defense.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
And here's the interesting thing. Does Jim Knowles change the trend of how he's been at other places? And what I mean by that is Jim Knowles has always been a guy that is I'm going to run my defense, right? And if you look at his teams, his Duke team actually gave up more points, yards, and yards per play in his first year than the coach before him that got fired.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing happened at Oklahoma State. Now, by year 3 and 4, he had him humming, right?
Yeah.
Now, he'll also have better talent than he had at those places, but his teams have taken a step back. And so he's got to do something different at Ohio State there because they can't afford to take a step back because they weren't good on defense last year.
Right.
And so that's the other interesting thing is, but if he's able to make that change, because again, this isn't so much about the Notre Dame Ohio State matchup, because I feel the loser of this game is not. I've heard people say loser of this game is knocked out of the playoff. I don't think that's true at all. Nobody's knocked out of the playoff in the first week. If Ohio State goes out and runs a table and beats Penn State, Michigan, and Michigan State, and then whoever from the West and their only losses at home to Notre Dame at the first game of the year, let me remind you all that Ohio State, the last time they won a national championship, lost at home later than the first game of the year by 2 touchdowns to a 7-6 Virginia Tech team, and they still made the playoff and went to the championship and won it all, right? Yeah. Nobody gets knocked out in September with a loss, right? Nobody does.
Right.
And so to me, when I look at it, I think Notre Dame has a much better matchup against Ohio State in the opener than they will have in November. Now, some people may say that they don't agree with that because in November, Notre Dame will have guys rolling and all that kind of stuff. But I just feel like the element of surprise. I'm talking about playing them at Ohio State.
Yeah.
It's different on the neutral field. I'm talking about if they played at Ohio State in November. That's just not. I would much rather play September 3rd than give Jim Knowles 4, 6, 8 games to kind of get things going. That's my stance on it. But I do think both of these teams will have a shot if it's a competitive game. I'm curious to see what if it's a competitive game that Notre Dame loses, like Georgia 2017, Notre Dame's going to come out of that game disappointed and pissed because they think they should win that game. And that, I think, is going to springboard them to something bigger. The thing for me, and then Ohio State will have a lot of confidence because they beat Notre Dame. The thing that I'm curious about is I don't know how Ohio State views Notre Dame. Like, do they view Notre Dame as this giant, like they're trying to slay? That's how Notre Dame players view Ohio State. It's like they're a great team. We need to beat a great team if we want to take that next step. Does Ohio State view Notre Dame that way? The reason I ask is I think that's important because if they don't think Notre Dame's as good as it is and they lose, does that rock their confidence or not? Right? And but if they do view Notre Dame as good and they lose that game competitively, then I think they'll have a very similar reaction to what Notre Dame would have if they lose a competitive game, which is, you woke the sleeping giant. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about that. What are your thoughts?
You know what's interesting about this game? We can talk scheme, we can talk coaching. We still have to question if the players are any good on that Ohio State defense, because they had back-to-back classes recruiting-wise that the linebacker recruiting wasn't that good. Defensive back recruiting wasn't up to the standard.
And some of the guys they got were a little overrated.
A little overrated. So now it's like, okay, here comes Jim Knowles. Okay.
He doesn't make not good players good if they're not good.
Right. Right.
I think that's very fair in the back seven. I think their defensive line has very good talent. I do.
Yeah.
I just think it's been underutilized. I think Zach Harrison is talented. I think Jack Sawyer is talented. I thought Jack Sawyer was overrated in the same way that I think Arch Manning is overrated. I didn't think Jack Sawyer was like the number one player in the country. Like some had him, but he's still really good. JT, I can't remember how to pronounce his last name, is a really good football player. Teron Jackson, I believe, or Teron Vincent comes back this year. I mean, they're going to have talented players up front. It's just they haven't played to their potential. And at linebacker,
freshman,
right, right. That's the thing. At linebacker, I don't think their talent level is as good as Ohio State fans think it is. Like, we did that position by position breakdown, and literally there are Ohio State fans who genuinely believe that they have an advantage at every single position. Now, that speaks to their own ignorance of Notre Dame, which is fine. It speaks to their own ignorance, period, with all due respect to our guy Archer, who's been good. But it also speaks to the fact that they genuinely think that they're just loaded with talent everywhere. And I'm just like, no, you're not. Like, they have some decent players at corner that could maybe be good. Like, Denzel Burke is not Jeff Okudah.
No.
You know, Cam Smith is not Jeff Okudah or Eli Apple or the guys that they had in 15 when they were quote-unquote DBU. They are really convincing themselves that some of these dudes are dudes and they just need better coaching, when in reality, there's a reason Jim Knowles tried to bring some of his kids from Oklahoma State over here with them, because they're not. They don't have that talent level.
Right. Just think about that.
Right.
Man, I need to bring some of my Oklahoma State kids over here to Columbus.
Right.
Like, oh, yeah?
Right. Yes. So I agree with you. I think that their talent level on the back seven is not what it used to be.
No.
And like you said, they're going to be playing. Somebody told me the other day, I haven't followed it after, it won't matter till we get to fall camp anyway, but talking about CJ Hicks there's people talking about CJ Hicks going to start linebacker for him this year.
Linebacker. And I would expect Notre Dame early on. You're the coach, but I would expect Notre Dame early on to have a lot of movement.
Oh, yeah.
Pre-snap. A lot of movement pre-snap.
Yeah.
Especially like moving tight ends, motioning tight ends, giving them different looks, making them, trying to confuse a team that's trying to install a new defense. Like, it's one thing to do it in practice. There's another thing to go out there and play it when someone's scheming against you, against your strengths. So, or against your weaknesses, shall I say. So,
yeah,
it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting to see.
So here's the question that I wanted to kind of get to next, Sean, beyond Notre Dame and Ohio State. You look at these other contenders. Part of the reason I'm very in, I think it's going to be a fun year of college football. And the reason I say that is because I think that there's a lot of teams ascending, and I don't think the dominant teams are going to be as dominant this year. I don't think Georgia's going to be as dominant. I don't think Alabama's going to be as dominant, meaning they're going to be a little closer to – they're still the best teams. Bama's still to me, if Bama's not in your top three, then you're wrong. I mean, that's just, there's no other way around it. If Georgia's not in your top 4 or 5, then you're incorrect, and you have time to fix that.
Yeah.
Because they lost 15 guys. Yeah, okay, but this isn't LSU where they just lost 15 guys and hadn't recruited well enough to replace them all. This is like, they lost 3 starting defensive linemen. None of them are as good as Jalen Carter. You know what I mean? Like, Jalen Carter was their best defensive player last year when he was on the field. I mean, he was a dude. They're losing some big-time players, and they're going to replace them with other guys that were big-time. That's what great programs do, Now, will they be as dominant on defense as they were last year? No. So they're going to be very good, but I expect them to be better on offense this year than they were last year.
Yeah.
And so, because, they're going to get some guys back, and they got the tight end should be pretty good, and so there's no quarterback drama this year like there was last year. It's a Stetson's team. Say what you want about that. It's his team. So I just feel like there's a lot of really good teams, but I don't see, like, one of the things we're like, okay, so let's take Alabama, for example, Sean. How do you stack this Alabama team up against 2020 Bama, 2019 LSU, or 2018 Clemson? On paper, like if they are what you think they're going to be.
This Bama team?
This Bama team. 2022.
I don't know. My only question about this Bama team, I think this Bama defense is going to be absolute. You got
in the front seven, yes.
Jordan Battle on the back end as well as safety. Like they're going to be, and then they play. You remember they played a lot of freshmen on the back end last year. Like they're going to be better, and they're going to get recruits.
I think I've been hearing this for 3 years, though, Sean.
This is, we judge Alabama by the Alabama standard. It's almost unfair.
Well, but see, that's what we're doing in this conversation, right? We're comparing them to the teams that have been the dominant title winners in recent years.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what I mean, because they're still pretty much better than almost everyone else.
Let me ask you this question: name me two better bookends that Nick Saban's had than Dallas Turner and Will Anderson.
Front seven, you're not going to get any complaints from me. No. Look, front seven, you're not getting any complaints from me. Bryce Young, you're not going to get any complaints from me. Here's where I'm coming from, though. We've been hearing for like 3 years now, well, this is the year that Bama's secondary is going to be better. And they just haven't necessarily played great. I just they've had individually great players, but they haven't played great. Alabama played great against Notre Dame's offense, partly because of how Notre Dame played, but this is that same offense that just got absolutely shredded by Florida in the SEC title game, right? And they're
part of that myth of their secondary playing great is tied directly into the front seven. It really
is. To a degree, sure.
That's why when you see Alabama guys matriculate to the NFL, they start to have problems because they do a lot of grabbing and holding and get away with it on the college level because they're playing behind dominant front sevens.
Yeah, usually.
They literally know, look, they can count 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. And by that point,
right,
either it's a sack or the play is over or a ball is coming and they have a chance to make a play on it. I agree with you as far as the secondary and how the trend has been going down. I just think my only question, I don't have a question about the secondary. The secondary is either going to be better or be at the same level that they've been at. And
which hasn't been great.
But hasn't been great.
Right.
My only question is who catches the ball. I know they got
but see that's all part of it. That was where I was going to go next is I don't think they're going to be as good as people think they are either. Now,
I will say this.
Right.
I don't know how they're going to use Bird or Jameer, the transfer from Georgia Tech. He's a difference maker. I don't know how they're going to use him.
Sure.
But that's going to be interesting. I think who steps up at that left tackle is going to be interesting.
And he's not going to be this is my point, right? So front set, Bama's a top 3 team. No question. My point as I'm looking at these teams is none of these teams to me remind me of what Clemson was in 18, of what LSU was in 19, of what Bama was in 20. Yeah. That's where I'm coming from, right? Yeah. And or even what Bama was last year if they were healthy.
Yeah.
Because Bama last year, here's my thing with Bama last year. And this is why I don't think this year's team is necessarily going to be better than last year's team.
You can say it.
I think what?
They're the national champs if they don't get
we've said that. Yeah. If their receivers don't get hurt, they win they're back-to-back champs. There's no question. But I still don't think this team would be as good.
Yeah.
If anything, some of those injuries might have helped them this year because some guys got to play.
Yeah.
But you can say okay, they're bookends. Well, they had great edge rushers last year as well. They were pretty good at linebacker last year as well. I mean, they've got to replace 2 starting linebackers from last year.
Yeah.
They were really good football players. And again, I don't love the guys that are, replace them as far as being better than what they were. But they're going to be a great front. I mean, their defensive line is going to be, to me, there's 3 defensive lines I think have a chance to be better than anybody else as a unit. Now, I think Georgia might have the best defensive lineman in college football, not named Will Anderson, right? Jalen Carter's a monster. But I don't think, Georgia's defensive line is not going to be as good as last year. But they're still going to be great, right? There's 3 teams to me because you got Nolan Smith who's going to step. He's just going to step in and become a premier guy. They're going to still be a great D line. There's 3 other teams that to me that have a chance to kind of separate themselves as the best defensive lines of college football. It's Georgia, Bama, Clemson, and Notre Dame.
Right.
And so they're all going to be really good there.
Yeah.
Right. So then it's just, where do you rank them? My concern for Bama is when I'm looking at past Bama teams, and again, the LSUs, the Clemson from 18, here's what I don't see at Bama. Like, I was talking to Ryan yesterday, he's like, I think Jermaine Burton's going to be really good. Okay, he's a good player. He's good at Georgia last year. He didn't even throw the football. But is he what Ohio State had running around at receiver last year? Is he what Clemson had in 2018 with T. Higgins and Justin Ross? Is he what LSU had in 19? Is he what Bama had in 20? I don't see it. I don't think Tyler Harrell's going to be this guy that's going to come in and be Jamison Williams.
Yeah.
Right? Is Jermaine Burton better than Jamison Williams? I don't think so.
I don't think
Is
so.
Tyler Harrell going to be better than John Mechie? I don't think so. And you say, well, Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be really good. Yeah, he will. But my thing is he necessarily better than what they've already had there? I don't think so. He's going to add a different element. He's going to be more of like Jahmyr Gibbs is not a great runner. I mean, he's not. He's a good runner. He's a pretty good runner. What makes him a big time back is his all around ability.
Yeah.
And he's got some Kyron to that, and he can return kicks, but this isn't
games as well.
Right. That's what I say. He can return some kicks.
Yeah.
But he's not like this. It's not like they just added, Derrick Henry to their backfield, right? This is a kid that last year ran for 5.2 yards per play, 746 yards. He ran for 5.2 the year before that. He didn't play on a great team, but he's a good player. He's just not if he transferred to Kentucky, no one's talking about him being a first-team All-American like they are because he went to Bama.
Right.
If he stayed at Georgia Tech, people aren't saying that.
No.
Right? So, because he's a really good player, but not an elite player. Cameron Latou is a good tight end. He's not O.J. Howard. You know what I mean? Like, he's not that guy. So when I just look around Bryce, I think Bryce is
you know what Latou is, though? He is Jason Witten. Like, you say to yourself, oh, you go watch the Georgia game. You keep saying, how is he keep getting open?
Right.
Like, he keeps.
Because they were trying to cover Jamison Williams and John Mechie. But they don't have that this year, though.
And that's
right.
the thing. And now, we had a conversation that, we have a show coming up about it. But this is what makes me feel comfortable seeing how competitive things didn't turn out right, but seeing how Bryce competed and still did his job. Like, he still put balls on the hands of receivers in situations where they didn't make the play. And that for me says, okay, we know he's going to lose guys on the outside, but he's going to do his part. It's going to be up to those other guys to see if they step up and make plays. If they do, the Bama offense is going to be pretty formidable. Maybe not, of course, Ruggs, Devontae Smith, not that formidable, but can Bryce Young go out there and put up 30 points a week, 35 points a week?
Sure.
Yeah.
But 30-35 doesn't make them what they've been. I mean, they scored 48.5 last year. They've been in the 40s most. My thing is they're not going to be as good on the offensive line. They're not going to be as good at receiver. And they're at running back, they're going to be maybe as good. And the thing that I feel like, Bryce Love or Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, it's who's number one. I think Stroud, you think Love. It's a battle. Bryce Young's a great player. My concern is twofold. Here's another thing that we're not talking about enough. I felt like Bill O'Brien rode a lot of Steve Sarkisian's coattails last year, right? Where he had a lot of guys coming back, right? Yeah. And a lot of his things established.
Yeah.
Where if you look at him last year, let's be honest, for the first time in a long time, actually last year, Alabama only scored 39.9 points per game. They were 48.5 the year before. Yeah. There's a lot of games last year where you're like, Bama's just out talenting people. I'm not loving what Bill O'Brien's doing. And, it was the LSU game. It was the Auburn game. It was the Texas A&M first half where it was just like this guy called some bad games last year where they just were flat better than everybody else, right? I mean, this is still the same Bama team that barely got to 10 points in regulation against Auburn.
Isn't it ironic that his best two games, probably were the SEC championship game and the game against Cincinnati? Like in Cincinnati, it was the smartest and less sexy play calling game. Like, dude.
But it was also simple because Cincinnati was basically giving them that.
Just
right?
I mean,
Whereas like against Clark Lee the year before, you had to dial some stuff up because they were Notre Dame. If you go back and look early in the game, they were putting pressure on Mac Jones. He just was able to. They weren't finishing, which is a big thing we've talked about. And it just, but yeah, I mean, like the title game, he kept trying to run the same offense when those guys went down. He didn't know how to adjust. He's not Sark. He's not Lane Kiffin. And then when you combine the fact that you're not going to have the same offensive line you've had, although I do think they're going to have a better offensive line coach this year. You're not going to have the same receiver talent, and your running back talent is going to be pretty good, but it's always pretty good.
Yeah.
I just don't think this Bama team is going to be the same juggernaut it has been. And the point is they may still win it all, right? They're good enough to win it all because, again, we're comparing them to past champions.
Right.
What I think is going to make this season interesting is I can see some other SEC teams sneaking up on them and knocking them off in a game. I could see them in certain matchups in the like last year's playoff. Like Michigan and Cincinnati did not have a chance. Like last year was the weakest playoff field that we've had in a while, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's a very weak playoff field.
Yeah.
And we all knew what was going to happen when the matchups were set. Like, well, another SEC rematch in the title game, Georgia-Bama again, right? I mean, it was a weak field. And like at least like an 18, Notre Dame had a great defense and some really talented receivers and all that. And Oklahoma had Kyler Murray, right? Like what was Michigan hanging their hat on? We're going to beat Georgia in the trenches? No.
Once again, styles,
right?
Make up names. Like
a horrible matchup for them.
That's not the right. Yeah, that's not the right matchup. I don't think
they would have been more competitive against Bama. They'd have still got blown out, but I think they could have scored. It'd have been like 42-20. You know what I mean? Against Bama for Michigan.
Look, man. I saw Burton put up a touchdown. Those wide receivers would have gone.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It would have been a blowout. It would have been a blowout. What I'm saying is Michigan would have been able to score. Michigan would have been able to score on Bama more. I mean, they just couldn't move the ball on Georgia. They would have been able to run okay and make a couple plays where they could have got like 20 on Bama. That's what I'm saying. It still would have been a blowout, but it would. It's like I always said. Like I always felt like. To me, blowouts they're worse when you don't score. And that's right. What I said, 42-20 is not a whole lot different than 34-11. Right. It's just like if you lose 24-7, I just have always felt like it looks worse than if you lose 37-20. It's the same point spread. Yeah. Or 47-30. Because when you only score 7, it looks like you weren't competitive, right? Yeah, it's just perception, I mean, you're still a blowout loss, but I think that they would have been. It might have been like it. Sean, I watched the Georgia-Michigan game, and after the first series, you're like, this is going to be ugly. Like this is going to be ugly. They have no chance because the two things that got Georgia or Michigan to the playoff, they were just getting outclassed from the opening snap against Georgia. Yeah, the opening snap, and so it was. And still, even if you go to the title game, we'll say it again, as good as Georgia was last year in 15 draft picks, if just one of their receivers isn't hurt for the whole game, just one of their two guys get hurt, right? Even if Mechie wasn't as badly hurt in the title game and comes back and plays, and then Jameson goes down, and they still have Mechie. If just one of those guys doesn't get hurt, they beat Georgia in the championship game, in my opinion. I mean, because Georgia just. Sean, I said this to you all year. Georgia was not as good as people think that they are. Now, they were a great team. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. When we say not as good, we're talking about comparing them to past champions. Right. That's what we're talking about, right? And to me, that's what I think is going to make this year fun. Georgia will still be good this year.
Yeah.
Will they be as good as they were last year or as good as they were maybe in 17? I don't think so. Is Bama still going to be a team that's a title contender? Yeah, duh, right? But are they going to be what they were in 15 or 16 or even 18 or 20? That's kind of where I'm coming from. Same thing with Ohio State. Ohio State's got, to me, is going to have the best offense in college football this year. But they're not great on defense.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, like, the 19 team that almost beat Clemson, they were pretty good on offense that year, but they were really good on defense that year too. That's not this team, and that's my concern, Sean.
You know who has some really good skill position players that were young? A collection. Michigan has a collection of nice skill players. Corum is a playmaker. A.J. Henning's a playmaker. That Anthony kid.
Andrew Anthony, yeah.
It came up big late in the season with multiple touchdowns.
Cornelius Johnson.
They have some young.
And they get Ronnie Bell back this year too.
Yeah. They have a collection. That's why I said, because they're not really traditional. Like, this is a traditional wide receiver. This is a traditional was the All kid at tight end?
Eric All.
Mm-hmm. He made some good plays. I just don't know if they're quarterback.
That's the key. They gotta bite the bullet and go with JJ McCarthy. They gotta go with JJ. Because here's what I'll say about Michigan. I think their defense is going to take a big step back this year.
Absolutely.
2 reasons. One, they lose really good players. And we always talk about the ends, but losing Dax Hill was a big blow.
It's a big blow.
Big blow. And then they lose their defensive coordinator, who I thought did a really nice job last year. They're going to have to score to remain as good as they've been, and they're not going to do that by being game managing things, right? Like, their offensive line was good last year. It wasn't as good as it was not the best line of college football. Again, if we're talking about standing it up to past teams, it was good, coached. Coach Moore did a nice job, but they don't have they don't have a bunch of future first round picks in my opinion.
You know, they had that overrated performance against a subpar Ohio State defense,
right?
Late in the season. That
Correct. And they put up a lot of points even in a loss to Michigan State, who had a terrible defense as well.
Yeah.
The Big Ten didn't have a lot of good defenses last year, and they took advantage of it. So, but this year they're going to have to score to be competitive. And they've got – I do agree they have – I mean, we didn't talk – A.J. Did you mention A.J. Henning?
Yeah.
He's a kid to bring something to the table. They've got Donovan Edwards at running back as well with Blake Corum.
Yeah.
The problem, however, is, again, it's the trigger man.
Yeah.
They have to say, we've got to give JJ every chance to win that job.
Yeah.
Have to. Because that's the only chance. Because otherwise they're going to beat a lot of teams. They just have better players than. But when they play good teams, like, they're not going to do to Ohio State this year what they did to them last year.
No.
They're not.
No.
They're not.
Just schematically, Jim Knowles isn't going to allow it. That team to walk in and just, line up and just run the ball down their throats, but no changes. No blitzes, no run blitzes, nothing to stop things. Because in that game, it was all about stops, right? Can you get the stops? If you can get 1 or 2 stops and then go out and score, getting out in front, it'll make a world of difference. That's all Michigan did. They just wanted to get 1 or 2 stops against Ohio State in that offense and then get out in front and play to their strength, which was that run game, because they knew Ohio State would struggle being able to stop them. And that's really all the game was, making Ohio State play from behind. Right, and have to stop the run. It wasn't about Michigan being a better team. It was like, okay, this is our chance to win. If we play the game like this, we have. I mean, it's snowing, windy. Their offense really can't do everything they want to do. So this is the best way for us to win. It's not going to work that way. They're going to have to go into Ohio State this year, and you're going to have to beat that team, because they're going to be better in the trenches than they were last year.
And
they might not be. Yeah. Especially at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
That's the last game of the year. Ohio State's probably going to be humming.
And, there's all this talk about, they're just going to replace and reload. And in the opener, I'm sorry, Marvin Harrison and Emeka are not going to be in the opener what Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave were. Well, look at the Utah game. Utah was trotting out running backs to play corner. You know what I mean? Like, and it's a bowl game. Bowl games are different. Having said that, even if they're not that in the opener against Notre Dame, and they may be, but even if they're not, all I'm saying is we shouldn't assume it, right? But even if they aren't, by November, Our receiving core is going to be nasty because then the freshmen that they have, Caleb Burton, Keon Grays, Caleb Brown, the kid from Georgia that's a really good player. They're gonna provide the depth. Maybe Julian Fleming finally is able to stay healthy and do something in his career. You know what I mean? They're going to have the depth where they're just going to be able to throw waves at you. And I really believe by the end of the year, Ohio State's going to be a much better running team than they were last year as well, where they could run on teams that they could just overwhelm. But then they got to the Michigan game and they got embarrassed. Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean? Like they couldn't run at all against Michigan. Yeah. I mean, that's not going to – I don't see them running – like I don't see them having the performances running the ball against a team like that this year that they had last year, where they just couldn't do anything. I think more by November. I mean, we'll see. They got a new line coach and guys playing different positions, but I'm talking about the Michigan matchup. Yeah. But I do think Ohio State is – again, it's the same thing for Notre Dame. The thing Notre Dame has to avoid is to not get blown out. And same thing for Ohio State. If they lose, if it's a competitive game, both those teams are in it. I think Ohio State by the end of the year could be one of the more dangerous teams. I really do believe that because I do think that Ryan Day took some steps to recognize and address the problem, something Brian Kelly failed to do. Yeah. Recognize and address and try to fix it. We'll see if they work or not. We don't know. Just like we're not sure that the things Notre Dame is doing, we got to see it. Yeah. I think Georgia to me is going to be interesting, Sean. I think they're a title contender, but I think they're not going to be as good as last year. And I could see them end up losing a couple games just because I think their margin for error is going to be a lot thinner this year. Clemson, I don't know about. So I feel like Alabama, Ohio State, Notre Dame are all legitimate playoff team contenders. I think Georgia's a contender. Clemson's thing is if Clemson can beat everybody else and just not get blown up by Notre Dame, they're going to have an argument to make. Yeah. Their schedule's going to be conducive. Here's the interesting one that I have, or two interesting questions. Number one is there anybody in the Pac-12? Because I think you and I both agree that I think we both think Penn State's going to be better this year. I think Penn State's going to have a bounce back year. It's not going to be enough to beat Ohio State and win the Big Ten championship. I don't think. Just mainly because
the game is at Penn State, though.
Yeah. No, I said beat Ohio State and win the Big Ten title. Is what I'm saying. Penn State always gives Ohio State a game.
Always.
Michigan has had more blowout victories over Penn State in recent years than Ohio State has.
Yeah.
Even the COVID year where Penn State was awful to start the season. I mean, it was a 4-quarter game. Ohio State just outclassed them in the end, but it was a 4-quarter game. It's just, but to me, just beating Ohio State 1 week is one thing, but then also beating everybody else and winning the Big Ten title is a different story. And it comes down to it is, can Sean Clifford be that guy? And I don't have faith that he can be that guy.
Can they overcome their own narrative nationally? That's been put on them.
Correct.
Same thing as
I think they could be a lot like they've been in recent years when they were like 10-3, 11-2, but they couldn't win the Big Ten title. They lose to Ohio State and then Minnesota and that kind of thing.
Right.
So I don't see a team in the Big Ten. I don't think Michigan State's going to be as quite as good as they were last year. But even if they're just as good as last year, that's still not good enough to be a Big Ten champ and the playoff team.
Right.
So my question is there an SEC team that you could see sneaking up on the conference and maybe either one of two things, right, Sean, is either winning the league, kind of like LSU did in 19, or doing enough damage to where, there's no conversation about it. Because there's every year there's been a conversation of, second SEC team should get in. Even this only happened twice so far. Is there a team that could step up and be that? Because it's what A&M, it's Auburn, it's LSU, it's Florida, it's Tennessee. Is there anybody that could be that? Looks like your answer's no.
No.
Okay.
No.
So then the conversation goes to this. Is there a potential Pac-12 or Big 12 winner that could be that team? Because one SEC team is going to get in, one Big Ten team is going to get in. Then it comes down to a second SEC team, Notre Dame, and then and the ACC winner, right? Which, let's say Clemson. Let's just say Clemson goes 12-1. They lose to Notre Dame. They go 12-1. They're in the playoff. Yeah. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So then we get down to, so now it's Ohio State, Alabama, and Clemson. Okay, Notre Dame's going to be in the conversation. Let's say they're 11-1. Clemson's 12-1, and then a couple other contenders. Maybe Georgia is the number 2 team of the SEC. But then the question is there a team from the Pac-12 or Big 12 that could sneak up? Let's first talk about the Big 12, because you had a very interesting scenario that you mentioned to me today when we were talking about potential sleeper teams for the college football playoff. Because you caught me off guard. Like, we're 3 hours in, Sean, and I don't get quiet. You got me quiet for a minute today when we were talking, and when you brought up the Pac-12 team that you think could maybe sneak up on some people.
Yeah. Look, man, just looking at the schedule, and that USC Notre Dame game could really mean a lot to the national landscape in November. And not because of how great I think USC is, but they really only have 2 teams on their schedule. They don't play Oregon until the Pac-12 championship game. And it's either Stanford and Utah. At Utah is going to be a very tough game for them. Very tough game for them. But if they win that game, I can see them coming into that Notre Dame game with 1 loss. And offensively with Mike Williams, Jordan Addison, Taylor Wood, they're going to be able to score points because the Pac-12 is really not going to put up too much resistance defensively from anybody. If they beat Notre Dame, styles make fights. So let's say they play Ohio State in the semifinals. And it's literally quarterback, wide receiver core. That's what it is. I mean, they would have a shot. I mean, and that's when you're talking about like an underdog, someone that can go in and have a fighting chance. Do I think they win the championship? No, a lot would have to go right. They would have to have the ultimate health as a team to even get to that point, meaning they can't lose any of their important players for a long stretch of time. Like Caleb Williams misses a game, it's over. Like, it's done. If one of those receivers goes down, if they lose anybody along the defensive front this year, it's trouble. So that's what you call, they would have to have one of those seasons that is just like truly.
Every break would have to go their way. And here's why I can't get on board with you. In 2018, Oklahoma made the playoff with Lincoln Riley.
Yeah.
They had 2,000-yard receivers in C.D. Lamb and Hollywood Brown. With all due respect to Mario Williams and Jordan Addison, they're not C.D. Lamb and Hollywood Brown. They also had 2,000-yard running backs in Kennedy Brooks and Kyler Murray. Right? Travis Dye, with all due respect, is not Kennedy Brooks, and Caleb Williams is not Kyler Murray. And that team still went to the postseason and got blitzed by Alabama, despite heroic efforts from Kyler Murray. Lost by 11. It wasn't that competitive. That team still barely beat West Virginia, 59-56.
Yeah.
They lost to Texas in the regular season. We're trailing Texas for a good chunk of that game. And they had some pretty good offensive linemen on that team. 2019, similar deal. Yeah. You got C.D. Lamb as your great receiver. You got Charleston Rambo. After C.D., not quite as good. But then you had Jalen Hurts rush for 1,000 yards and Kennedy Brooks rush for 1,000 yards. You had pretty good offensive lines both years. And you go to the postseason and you give up 63 points in the playoff, and it could have been 90. And I'm not saying that jokingly. If LSU wanted to hang 90 on Oklahoma in that game, they could have hung 90 on Oklahoma.
They probably could have. I agree.
I'm not joking about that. And that team also that year lost at Kansas State, beat Iowa State by 1, beat TCU by 4, beat Baylor in the SEC title game by a touchdown. Lincoln Riley has been beating up on a bad league. Hasn't even been beating up on a bad league. He's been winning the bad league, but he hasn't been beating up. He's lost to Iowa State twice. And yes, they've got Caleb Williams, and they had Caleb Williams and Mario Williams Mario Williams last year and almost lost to Kansas.
Yeah.
and he's not going to have the defensive players yet. You go Oklahoma had like 4 guys off their defense last year get drafted. Name me 4 draft picks off USC's defense this year. You know what I mean? And he had one of the best offensive line coaches. If you want to talk about any coach that's been able to hang with Harry Hiestand the last 8-9 years in regards to producing great lines and producing draft picks, the only guy in the conversation, in my opinion, is Bill Bedenbaugh.
Bill Bedenbaugh, yeah.
He didn't fall him to USC.
No.
Right? He took the guy from Texas A&M. So when I look at USC, to me, I don't see the talent beyond 5 or 6 guys that Oklahoma had. And the 5 or 6 guys is exactly what Oklahoma had. It's just after that they don't have that. And so to me, I just can't get on board with that. And maybe they sneak into the playoff, because I actually think a different scenario, Sean, is if they're able to upset Utah on the road, it may be a situation where if other things work out, they don't even have to beat Notre Dame to get into the playoff. If they're just competitive for 4 quarters with Notre Dame, if Notre Dame is a playoff caliber team as well,
right?
They're now 12-1 because they'll go to the Pac-12 title game and beat Oregon or Utah or whatever. Then you can have that conversation. I just have a really hard time seeing that, just because this is the same guy who had much more established programs at Oklahoma and went into the postseason in 18 and 19 and got blasted. And then in his 4th and 5th year at US, because what was his first year was 16, right? 16, 17, 18, 19. Wait, hold on a second. What was Lincoln Riley's first year at Oklahoma as the head coach, not as the offensive coordinator? I always get his first year confused because there was
16 year, right?
It was 17. 16, he was the offensive coordinator. So 17. So in 17, they made the playoff, and 18, they made the playoff, and 19, they made the playoff. And they got their butt whoopings got progressively worse each year, right? Playoff, year 1, overtime against Georgia. The next year, they get lost by 11 in a competitive-ish game, mainly because of number 1.
Right.
And you take Kyler Murray off that team and put any other quarterback in college football on that team, and it's not an 11-point game.
Yeah.
Then the next year, without Kyler, they get embarrassed in a way that, like Notre Dame's 2012 team was like, wow, you guys got really murdered. You know what I mean? Like, it was bad. And then their next 2 teams, again, further away from Bob Stoops, his next 2 teams only make the playoff.
Yeah.
And I don't – now he doesn't get to build off of what Bob Stoops created.
Yeah.
Now he's got to build from scratch, and he's taken over a team with 4-8. I could be completely wrong.
I actually believe wholeheartedly the way we feel like Kelly leaving at the perfect time was the best thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think ultimately Lincoln Riley leaving might have ended up being the best thing for that Oklahoma program.
So that leads to the next one. I don't believe there's a Pac-12 team capable of being a playoff team this year.
Mm-hmm.
Utah would be the only one, and I don't think they are.
Yeah.
Big 12 is going to be interesting because, as you mentioned, I think Oklahoma's still going to be pretty good on offense. I mean, Jeff Lebby's not exactly a bum, right, as an offensive coordinator. Bill Bedenbaugh stayed. Marvin Mims is back. They're going to have some talent. They're not going to have the talent they've had in the past, but here's the difference. They don't got to score 45 every week now to win, because I think they're going to be a lot better on defense.
A whole lot better. More sound, more dangerous, more aggressive, more impactful on the offenses they face instead of reacting to what offenses are doing. They'll be more dictating more on defense. Absolutely. And Brent Venables knows Oklahoma. He's been there under Stoops. So it's not like he's walking in trying to establish his culture.
Right.
He knows the culture. He came from that culture.
Right.
So the transition is going to be a little bit.
Yeah, he's not learning the fan base. He's not learning the alum. I mean, a lot of the same boosters that forced him out are ones that were bringing him in as the head coach, right? Yeah. I mean, not forced him out, but, they had to make some changes, and he was one of the guys that got, because the defenses were starting to struggle a little bit, but he knows the Oklahoma culture, Sean, which is perfect, which is absolutely right. And he has been a part of a program. This is something that doesn't get discussed enough. What has made Dabo so unique compared to all the other coaches not named Nick Saban is Dabo understood how important it was to, yes, we have to score to win a championship, but he never sacrificed defense to make that happen.
Right.
That's why Dabo has 2 rings and Lincoln Riley has 0. Right? I mean, and I think that Coach Venables understands you don't have, and this is where I think he has a chance to be successful. If he understands and embraces the fact that, hey, you got us. A lot of defensive coaches, I get nervous, like, they want to win every game 20-13, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the concerns I have about Marcus Freeman. I want to see that he's not going to fall into that category. I don't want him to be like Luke Fickell, because I think Luke Fickell is too conservative. I mean, I just go point to the game against Alabama. In a game where you should have pulled out all the stops, you got conservative and looked like Brian Kelly in 2020 against Alabama. Right? That concerns me. But I think Dabo, being under Dabo, where he could be a part of a system, say you have to be able to score, because we're going to face some teams we just can't hold to 17. Right? But you can also still emphasize being great recruiting and coaching defense at a high level. And I think that's what Oklahoma's been missing, because Oklahoma has been significantly, in my opinion, significantly more talented than their production as a defense. And they've got a lot of highly ranked kids on defense, and they just don't play, because I don't think it was emphasized. I actually think this could be Oklahoma's best team in a few years. And
then Jeff Levy followed him, didn't he? No. Who's the OC at Oklahoma now?
It's Jeff Lebby.
That's what I thought.
Yes. Who was at Ole Miss?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a good offensive line. You're going to have a great offensive line coach. You're going to have a good offensive coordinator. Again, Jeff Lebby wasn't the play caller for Ole Miss last year. He was the offensive coordinator. Lane Kiffin was the play caller. You're going to have a solid quarterback in Dylan Gabriel. He's not Caleb Williams. But again, I go back to the fact that you're not going to have to score 40-plus a game to win in the Big 12 right now.
Right.
Because I do think the talent – I think I'll be willing to bet you if you could get Brent Venables in a private moment where he's not talking about sucking on a hose and all this other kind of weird stuff that he was saying at the thing the other day. And by the way, Oklahoma fans, prepare yourself for that. He's going to say a lot of weird things as a head coach. He's a weird guy, but I think he's a good football coach too. And his players love him. I mean, that's an important thing too. His kids love him. But I think he's going to be like, dude, we got better players here than I thought we did.
Yeah.
Like we got some guys here. This guy can play. That guy can play. And I think they have a shot. Here's the other team in the Big 12. And Big 12 fans are probably going to hate us saying this, but I am really curious what Texas is going to be this year. Because they have a chance in week 2? They play Bama.
Yeah.
Like to me, they have the best receiver running back combination in college football. Right? And Bijan and Worthy. I always want to say Jarrell Worthy. Remember the kid from Michigan State? Xavier.
Yeah.
Remember the kid from Michigan State? I always want to say Jarrell for some reason.
Yeah.
He said say James. Really date myself then. But, the offensive line is going to struggle, but it should be better because they're going to be in year 2 of Kyle Flood. I like Kwiatkowski as a defensive coordinator. I think they're going to get better. And look, you look at Texas last year, they lost a ton of close games. I mean, it's not like they were going out there and getting blown out every week. I mean, they were just
dominating
choking games away.
Dominating Oklahoma.
And gave that game away.
They played well against Oklahoma State.
They had a lead for much of the game. Yep, lost by 8. Yeah. Lost by a touchdown against Baylor in a game they led. Lost by 1 point to Kansas in a game they should have won. Lost by 8 points to West Virginia in a game they should have won. Like, other than Iowa State and Arkansas, they had a chance to win every other game they lost. Now, that doesn't automatically mean they're going to – right? What's that?
Which quarterback does he choose? I mean, ultimately –
Well, I think that one's going to be easy, right? But that was the battle they were having all year last year, though. Right. It was like, anytime one kid didn't play well, you maybe should play the other kid. Now it's, I do think Quinn Ewers is going to be the guy now this year. But what is he going to be, right? I think he's the wild card. Like, he is immensely talented, but I think he's a head case. I'm just being honest. I think he's got a bad attitude. I look at him, I say, boy, this kid's got all the arm talent in the world, but I don't know if he's got any talent up here.
Now, does he have Johnny Manziel attitude problems?
That's that's kind of my concern.
Okay.
Yes. But he doesn't have Johnny could be stupid and get himself out of trouble because of the offense they ran, and he could run. But Stark runs a pro-style offense, which means your quarterback can't just play street ball the way Johnny did.
No.
He's got to make his reads, get the ball out, be poised. You're going to get hit.
Yeah.
And if Quinn Ewers can be the guy that everybody thought he was, highest ranked quarterback of all time, which is just one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my entire life. Like we just forgot Trevor Lawrence was like 4 years ago, right? I mean, so dumb. But anyway, if he can just be a good quarterback, that offense is going to be dangerous. Yeah. And I do think Coach Kwiatkowski is going to have them better on defense because they are going into year 2. It's whether or not Steve Sarkisian has the ability to teach that team how to win. And I really feel the Bama game is going to be the determiner of their season. Now, I'm not saying they got to beat Bama. I'm not saying they can't. And we're going to learn a lot about the Bama secondary in that first game too, right? But if Texas can just compete with them, right, where like they did with LSU in 2019, people forget the second toughest game LSU had in the regular season in 2019 was against Texas.
They almost lost that game.
That was a great game. That was one of the best college football games the last 5 or 6 years. I mean, Sam Ehlinger was just balling in that game. It was like he willed that team to being in that game. And so, like, that is the interesting thing for me, Sean, is can Texas be that team? Between those two teams, and then Oklahoma State's a very intriguing team for me. They got everybody. They got a lot of dudes coming back, man. A lot of. Now, here's the question. I don't think the Oklahoma State offense we saw in the Fiesta Bowl is who they are. I think that was an anomaly game, and it had a lot to do with things Notre Dame was and wasn't doing. But if it
just throw the ball up on their side of the field
and not tackling and just not making adjustments and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Now, if I'm wrong, and that was sort of the coming out party to a degree of the Oklahoma State offense, they could be a pretty dangerous team this year too.
Yeah.
I think Baylor's going to take a big step back, man. I love Dave Aranda as a coach, but he's still overcoming.
Yeah.
He's overcoming some. He didn't inherit the deepest roster, and he lost a lot. I mean, a lot of players off last year's team. And I think they're going to take a step. Now, I'm not saying they're going to be bad, but they're not going to be going to the Sugar Bowl this year. And if they do, if Baylor is a 10-11 win team this year like they were last year, there's no question on who the coach of the year is. I mean, it's him.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost Abram Smith, who's a 1,000 running back. They lost Tyquan Thornton, who was almost 1,000 receiver, ran a 4.28. They lost a ton of dudes off of their defense that were all drafted, by the way. And, so I think they're going to take a step back. But Oklahoma is going to be the interesting one because Oklahoma State, going to be the interesting one because are they the team – like they were the biggest Jekyll and Hyde last year on offense because they were bad at times, but then they would have these weird games where they would just go off.
Yeah.
55 on Kansas. I don't count that, but they hung a 63 spot on TCU. Then they go out and do what they did to Notre Dame. Like, can they take that next step? That's an interesting thing. And so there's 3 teams in the Big 12, but the only 2 to me that have a chance to maybe be a playoff team are Texas and Oklahoma. Can one of those teams kind of emerge and take that next step? That's going to be very interesting. And I think the Big 12 is going to have a bigger say on the playoff this year than they did last year. Last year was like none of those teams. I mean, Baylor, Oklahoma State, none of those teams deserve to be in the playoff. I mean, if we're being honest, Notre Dame didn't deserve to be in the playoff. Last year was one of those years where there's really only 3 legitimate playoff teams. If Georgia beats Alabama in the SEC title game, there's only 3 legitimate playoff teams. That's it. Notre Dame would have got in, but you're talking about an 11-1 Notre Dame team that had 0 wins over top 25 opponents.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm going to lean towards because of they have more depth in the trenches this year. I still think they're young and developing. Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, I would probably go with Oklahoma State before I go with Texas.
Mm-hmm.
just knowing what's coming back in the trenches. And you pointed it out, like, yo, the direction and the hard decision that Gundy made to say, you know what? We have to go ahead and give some of these scholarships that have been going to some of our offensive players to the defensive side of the ball, and start to build that side differently and become a different team. And he's starting to see the fruit of that. But now it's going to be interesting with Brent Venable and a different mentality at Oklahoma, because he was kind of the perfect foil in Bedlam to Oklahoma with his style of play and the switch he made. But now with Brent Venable and that physical style, now it's like, okay, now I'm not facing, someone that I can counter with my style of play.
Right. It's a good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
It's going to be different.
So you're basically saying that Brent Venable's style is going to be more detrimental to Oklahoma State than anybody else.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Oklahoma State and David Randa, they both were trying to become that anti-Big 12.
Right.
Like hard-nosed defensive teams, physical in the trenches, which would have played well.
Right.
I mean, if Spencer Sanders takes another step like he did last year, getting better as a quarterback, and the skill position players that they do have coming back, they have the wherewithal to go out and put up 30 points and be a great defensive team like they were last year. But now facing that Oklahoma team, it's not, because last year, even in the Bedlam game, it was a close game, but you could see how Oklahoma State's style late in that game took over. And as effective as that Oklahoma offense was for the first 2.5 quarters, it got to a certain point where it was almost similar to what we saw in the Fiesta Bowl. Like, yeah, you can be successful against us early, but we're going to keep pounding on you, and we're going to keep playing with you, and we're going to tighten up a little bit as the game goes on. And then we're going to see if you can execute at the same level. Yeah. And it's going to be interesting. This like you said, it's going to be a fun football season.
It is. Looking at the schedules, I think Oklahoma has the easiest path of the three. Yeah. And so they play at Nebraska, which is going to be a tough game. That's going to be a very interesting. I mean, Nebraska almost beat Oklahoma last year in Norman.
Yeah, at Oklahoma.
But is Nebraska going to learn to win either? I don't know the answer to that.
Right.
But then they play Texas on a neutral field, as it always is. But then they get Baylor and Oklahoma State at home. And then their other non-conferences, UTEP and Kent State. They also get Kansas State at home. Their road games are TCU, Iowa State, West Virginia, and Texas Tech. I think Iowa State takes a step back this year. And they weren't that good last year, but they lost some really good players off last year's team. And so I think if they can get past Nebraska and Texas on October 8th, I see a path or even if they lose to Texas, but it's a competitive game, they lose one of those two games, I see a path for them to get to the Big 12 championship game without any additional losses, in my opinion. Texas is in a different spot because they play Bama in week 2.
Right.
But after that, their schedule, to me, compared to Oklahoma's, is a lot tougher. Not only do they play Bama compared to at Nebraska, but they got to play Oklahoma on a neutral field. They got to play at Oklahoma State and at Kansas State. And I think Kansas State's going to be a good football team this year. And I really like what Kleiman is doing at Kansas State. But you get those two teams on the road, plus you got to play Oklahoma on neutral field, and you got to play Bama at home. That's tough. And then Oklahoma State's is really interesting. They play Arizona State is their tough non-conference game, and then their other non-conference games are juggernauts against Central Michigan and Arkansas Pine Bluff. But I probably shouldn't make fun of them because Central Michigan beat Oklahoma State or almost beat Oklahoma State a few years ago at home.
You're right.
But then they got to play at Baylor, at TCU, at Kansas State, and at Oklahoma. So to me, looking at the schedule, Oklahoma has if they can get past Nebraska, they have a much cleaner path to an 12-1 season. And then, of course, you'd have to win potentially a rematch in the Big 12 title.
That game is at Nebraska?
It's at Nebraska.
You know what's going to be interesting? We see kids perform in, other conferences, and they're really good players. I'm interested in seeing Dylan Gabriel in the big time.
Yeah.
I'm interested because okay, you're good at UCF,
right?
But this is
right.
Different.
We're going to release our top 5 quarterbacks. I was going to release it today, but our show is going very long, so we may wait till tomorrow to release it. But we'll see. Gabriel, I'll give you a sneak peek. He's going to be our number 15 quarterback. But we had a struggle with that one.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it is because, when you look at him, he put up great numbers at UCF. I mean, his last year as the full-time starter because he got hurt last year in the third game.
Right.
He threw 32 touchdowns and 4 picks. The problem is he's not real big. So can he hold up in the Big 12 over the course of a year? Yeah. Especially as you mentioned, Sean, Big 12 teams are starting to play a little bit more defense now.
Mm-hmm.
Where it used to just be TCU was the only team to play defense. Now it's Baylor plays Baylor. I mean, that Baylor Oklahoma State game was one of the most physical games of the season.
Yeah.
And so, Oklahoma State,
the regular season game,
you are correct. You are correct. Both games. And why did Notre Dame lose to Oklahoma State? Because Oklahoma State physically beat Notre Dame up in the trenches with Notre Dame's offensive line and their defensive line, right? Yeah. And so, when I look at sort of the matchup, is he going to get pounded or is he going to be knocked around? Can he hold up over the course of the season? Yeah. The other one is the AAC is not exactly known for great defenses either.
No.
And he's got that real long throwing motion, right? Now he gets good zip on it, but he's got that real long throwing motion. That's what got him that pick 6 against Louisville a couple of years ago. Right. My question is, I didn't feel super comfortable as having him 15, but that's kind of how the ranking went because there's question marks on everybody else after that, even though I think it's going to be a fun year quarterback. But how do they, how's he going to be in the step up in the league? That's a fair question. Now you look at what he did against some of the better defenses that UCF played in recent years, and sometimes he looked really good, and sometimes, honestly, he didn't look that great, which is kind of going to be the case when you play against good teams. But he torched Georgia Tech a couple of years ago, but then he struggled a little bit against Cincinnati, and he struggled in the blowout loss in the bowl game in 2020 to BYU. Right. And so that was a bad loss. You look at last year. The Louisville game, it was the last game he played. He threw that really bad pick at the end of the game. Yeah. And, and he did some nice things outside of that. But you look at him again, this is his freshman year. So you got to kind of, but he, against a Marcus Freeman coach defense, he threw 3 picks. Against Pitt, it's a pretty good defense in 2019. He completed 59% of his passes, threw for yards, 330 yards, but he threw 2 picks.
Right.
Tulsa had a pretty good defense, if you remember that year, and he threw 2 picks. So again, it's a true freshman. But when you look at him, he just hasn't played great against the best teams in their schedule. Now, having said that, he's going to have some pretty good players around him. But he also played on offenses where they were normally the more talented team at UCF.
Right.
So that's a good point, Sean. Is he going to be able to step into that and run that offense effectively? And can a running game emerge? Because for the first time in several years, really since Baker was the quarterback, in my opinion, they're not going to have a quarterback that can go out there and make a lot of plays with his legs. They had that in Caleb Williams. They had that in Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray. Now, to varying degrees, Caleb Williams was not like Kyler and Jalen, but Caleb could hurt you with his legs if you know what I mean. He's going to run for 300-400 yards a year.
Right.
Dylan Gabriel is not that guy. Yeah, nor do you want him to be that guy.
Either, though.
Who's that?
Spencer Rattler really wasn't that guy.
Yeah, but he struggled. The offense wasn't as good with him. That's a good point. That's a good point. Spencer wasn't that guy either, and that's why he had a hard time, when things would break down. He couldn't get off script and make plays. Spencer was, if everything's going right, I'm going to, and that's a great point, Sean. Spencer Rattler wasn't that guy either, and the offense sputtered. And he eventually got beat out by Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
So that's the other question is, now again, different offense. But you look at Jeff Lebby's offense last year, they were at their best when they were running the football, and Matt Corral was a big part of that running game.
Right.
Can they run the ball without him? That's going to be a question. So
do they want to, like you said, with him having, being a small, being able to hold up, do you want to expose him like that?
No.
In the Big 12?
No.
Probably not.
No. And that's going to make it very interesting. So I think the Big 12 is going to be a really interesting battle this year. I do. I think it's going to be a fun league to watch. I know I'm in the minority here, probably with a lot of in a lot of instances, but I think the Pac-12 is actually be a fun league to watch this year a little bit too. Because just maybe it's fun from we're going to learn a lot, right? I mean, can Caleb DeBoer get Washington back on track? What's Dan Lanning going to do at Oregon? Can Kyle Whittingham build on last year's success? What's Lincoln Riley going to do at USC? Can Chip Kelly take the next step? Can Jed Fish get Arizona going? Because, dude, they recruited pretty well off of a 1-11 season. What if he gets them to a 6-6 bowl game? What's he going to do recruiting the West Coast then, right? There's Jonathan Smith has done some really nice things at Oregon State. Can he take them? I think it's going to be fun but you got to be a diehard. I mean, it's not going to be pretty football all the time, but it's going to be a lot of fun storylines.
But those that we talked about this, a couple of weeks ago, those 2 or 3 teams that you didn't know that you would end up watching during this season, and all of a sudden you find yourself watching them each and every week,
right?
Because they're entertaining.
Because you say that you always find a couple teams a year where you're like, okay, this team is. I'm gonna watch them again next week. Yes. There's a couple like that in the Pac-12, and the Big 12. I think the Big 12 is going to be one of the more entertaining leagues because there is no Bama in the Big 12. There's no Ohio State in the Big 12. There's no Clemson in the Big 12. But it's going to be a really good top to bottom league with each other, meaning the gap between team 1 and team 7 isn't as great as it is in the other leagues, which is going to make it fun. But can one of those teams emerge and not get the upset bug like has happened in recent years and be a playoff team? That's going to be interesting. And will that team be more prepared to be successful than past Big 12 playoff teams, which there's only been one, right?
Yeah.
Hasn't Oklahoma been the only Big 12 team to make the playoff?
Yes, I believe
TCU should have made it the first year, in my opinion.
And you talked about Texas. Their defensive consultant is Gary Patterson.
Yeah, it's a good point.
So you talk about their defense being able to play better, and he's faced off against Alabama before, defensively. So it's going to be some fun games. There's going to be some fun matchups this year.
It is. Well, Sean, we're not going to have a normal mailbag because we're already 3.5 hours in. But we did have some super chats that I do want to address because I appreciate that you guys give those, and we'll definitely answer those questions here before we get out of here as well. Ryan Loftus had a couple different super stickers. Ryan, I think he put in the chat he had to bounce, but if he is still here or he watches later, Ryan, we really appreciate that. We got a super chat from Patrick Barnes. How much will initial recruiting classes per year still matter when guys are transferring so much more? I think it still matters because guys that are transferring are guys that are not playing more often than not. There's going to be the occasional Jordan Addisons, but those guys aren't like a guy that's like, I don't think what happened with Jermaine Burton is going to be a normal thing in college football. Where you're starting on a team that won a championship and then you leave, because most teams aren't like Georgia.
That's a specific situation.
Yeah.
Where a kid takes a look at what he wants to do from an NFL standpoint and what program is going to give him a better look as a wide receiver and which quarterback is going to give him a better opportunity. So that was a one-of-one.
Yeah.
On that type of situation. So I'll say this. Notre Dame has had, when kids commit to Notre Dame, even if they're not playing, they stick around to make sure that they get that degree before they go elsewhere.
Right.
Like, that's the thing. Like, and it's been kids that like you look at the roster and you're like, okay, he's a good player, but he's not a difference maker. Like now, as they build this roster, as I said, they've elevated the floor. So now you're going to have some really good players that haven't had a chance to play, but because it's Notre Dame, they're going to stick around. And it only takes one injury here or there for guys to get their opportunity, or for guys. So Notre Dame is kind of different because when kids commit, they don't normally want to go elsewhere without getting that degree first.
Right.
Like, it only makes sense. Like, I'm here, I might as well get the degree and then go have 1 to 2 years of eligibility at the school that I transferred to. So I don't know how much it will impact Notre Dame because coming into February, we expected a lot more transfers off the current roster that ended up not happening. And I think that goes to what you spoke about earlier in the show, like the mindset and the culture that has been set by the players and what they feel is possible in the 22 season. That went a long way to kids saying, you know what, I want to be a part of this. Like, I actually have an option to go elsewhere, but I choose to be part of this. And, you know, I think that vibe is going to continue for the next few years. I just think guys are going to want to stick around and be part of what's being built at Notre Dame. So I don't know. Yes, it's the wild, wild west out there, but I don't know how much is really going to impact Notre Dame. And as you've said before, Notre Dame getting someone to come in is a totally different process than other schools as well. So
I think the other thing too, also from a national landscape type of thing too, Sean, is it makes, if anything, it adds even more emphasis on reloading every year because you are replacing more transfers. And you're going to have to land more and more kids that can maybe play right away because you can't always rely that you're going to be able to replace a transfer with a transfer. That transfer may not be out there at the same quality. So if anything, I think it even every year you got to keep reloading because you may lose more kids than you thought you were going to lose. Which I don't think is going to be as big of an issue at Notre Dame. Like, I don't think the transfer portal hurts Notre Dame as much as it does other people.
No,
I just think it sucks in general, even though it's not hurting Notre Dame. I don't judge things on whether or not I think they are or not good for Notre Dame only. And do look at it through that lens, but not only. Sean Michael, what? Go ahead, Sean.
The Burton situation. If I'm not mistaken, Burton had a really good playoff, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he was their number 2 receiver last year.
But he made big plays late in that Alabama game. I know he scored a deep touchdown against Michigan.
Right, that was his only catch.
Yeah.
Right, and he had 2 key plays against Bama late, but they were his only 2 catches.
Yeah. So
I mean, but this goes back to my Bama thing. Like, people saying, "Oh, he's going to be." This guy had 26 catches last year. The kid from Louisville caught even fewer than that. And you're telling me they're going to be John Mechie and Jamison? Not you. I'm just in general. People saying that their offense is going to be just as good. You're telling me they're going to be as good as John Mechie and Jamison Williams?
Yeah.
Jamison Williams was a unicorn, and also Jamison Williams was buried behind some really good players.
Thank you.
Jermaine Burton was the best receiver at Georgia last year, and he still caught 26 balls for 497 yards and only caught more than 3 passes in a game once. Right? Like, yeah, he's a good football player, but you're asking him to go be Jamison Williams or Devontae Smith, and he's just not that. His numbers will look good because of the offense, but it's not always about numbers. It's, are you impacting the game?
Yeah.
The same way, and that's my thing.
Yeah.
Sean Michael with a super chat. Thank you, Sean. I'm late, but keeping things about but hearing things about Notre Dame getting Marquis Step. Any insight on this? And as always, thank you guys for what you do, and go Irish. I haven't heard anything about that other than just Notre Dame fans talking about it, and then it becomes kind of like a rumor, like, oh, did you hear it? Like, no, that's just Notre Dame fans. I haven't heard anything from my sources in Notre Dame, but honestly, as much as I like the Marquis Step coming out of high school, getting an injury-prone running back to help fix the injuries that you're suffering at running back just doesn't seem like a real smart strategy for me. So I don't know if that answers. I mean, again, and I don't. If Marquise was the back he was coming into high school, and kind of how he flashed a little bit at USC, he wouldn't be looking for another home, right? So I mean, he's not that guy anymore. Is the point? And he would give you a body. But again, he's an injury-prone body, and I don't know how much that solidifies your depth chart. Here's an interesting. What's that, Sean?
Would have been nice. I know some fans are thinking, like, man, I wonder if Sebo has stuck around. Like, of course, you think in hindsight, like, oh, it'd be nice if this guy is stuck around, but no one anticipates Jadarian having the injury he had. And
right
now you have two guys with Jabron Payne coming in, and then, hopefully Logan comes back and he's healthy. And then you roll from there with the four guys that you have.
Right. We had a super chat from Riza. Riza, thank you very, very much for that super chat. I very, very much appreciate that. He says, can you explain what happened to Stanford that caused them to fall so far? Seems like a similar pitch to prospects on coming there and compared to Notre Dame, minus the top football tradition. The teams not so long ago were nasty. Let's set the premise on this, Sean, and I'll let you speak to it first. But it's not just that they're not even winning. It's that they are such a different style of team than they were 5 years ago. And even though they haven't had staff turnover, they went from being one of the most physical teams in college football, to be honest with you, one of the softest.
Yeah.
And it's been like, think about the games Notre Dame had against in 12 and 13 and 14 and 15. And the team that they had the year that they had, think about it, last decade, Stanford's had twice has had running backs rush for over 2,000 yards twice.
Yeah.
And last year they averaged 86 rushing yards a game.
I will say this. You said Trevor Lawrence masked a lot. I think what we're seeing was happening, but they had Christian McCaffrey. Like, not being as physical in the trenches, missing on some guys, injuries. They've gone through about 3 straight seasons on the defense side of the ball where, guys are playing with cast.
I know. And their receiving core last year got decimated by injuries.
Yeah. So it's just been, and when you're at a school like that, you just can't afford, you don't have the depth in those rooms to be able to miss on a class in a year and then come back and have injuries, and then the season impacts your recruiting the following year, and it becomes a domino effect. And then you try to, when you don't have the depth and you try to work with what you have, which might not be that physical play, you try out another style of play based upon your roster, and you kind of get away from who you are, and the next thing you know, you end up McCaffrey's gone, and you can't find that next guy.
Yeah, but the next guy rushed for 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
And then the next year fell
right after that. Yeah.
Yeah. I do think that those two kids, I would say the only thing that I would say differently, Sean, is I think those two kids masked. I would put it on both of them. I think they both kind of served a role.
Yeah.
In masking that. For me, I'm trying to do this here where I'm trying to look this up. So just give me a second, because there's a few things. Number one is, and we can speak to this, is the recruiting universe has changed the last 5 years dramatically. You're seeing more and more early enrollees. You're seeing more and more, recruiting getting sped up and all these other type of things. And Stanford, both from an institution and from a coaching standpoint, a football program standpoint, was very slow to respond. I still don't think Stanford allows early enrollees. And up until this last year, they weren't even letting kids visit campus early. You had to go. You're way behind.
Yeah.
And that hurt them. So I think that can't be dismissed. And then the other part of it is I think the emergence of Notre Dame, because they were Notre Dame in the early part of this decade, meaning they were the academic school that got, Paulson Adebo was committed to Notre Dame, and we sat there and trembled that, God, I hope Stanford doesn't offer this kid, because when they do, he's going to flip to Stanford.
Yeah.
That's kind of disgusts me, right? Where now Stanford's like, God, I hope Notre Dame doesn't offer Braylon James, because if he does, we're not going to get him.
Yeah.
Right. And it's flipped. So Notre Dame busting out the last few years and taking control of that series has also played a role. It's not the only role, because Notre Dame can only beat them once. They can't beat them the other 8 times that they lose. Yeah. Right. Here's 2 other things that hurt them. and I'm trying to get the timing of this down correctly. That's why I'm looking this stuff up. So
I'll throw this in there because I know your 2 points.
Mm-hmm.
They expected, as most schools in that area really expected, to get a bump from name, image, and likeness.
Right.
That just has not come.
Right. Because they're not embracing it that way. Like, here's something I was told by a friend. He said, like, just how they're constantly behind everything. They're just a place like Stanford should never be behind the times, right? They should always be ahead. Like when COVID hit, they were unprepared. I mean, they were like one of the last schools to start getting in the Zooms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like because there's I think there's a lot of apathy going on there too.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we're Stanford and we're going to keep doing what we've always done. I think there's a couple other things that hurt them. And it happened over a course of a few years. They were never the same defense after Derek Mason left. And like Vic Fangio started it, right? Yeah. And he built it. And then Derek Mason built on that. And Derek Mason recruited really well to that defense as well, that staff.
Yep.
They defensively started getting worse and worse and worse the further they lost him. The final nail in their coffin, so to speak, was when Mike Bloomgren left to go to Rice as the head coach. Now, Mike Bloomgren was their offensive line coach from 2011 to 2017, right? Now, he left to become the head coach at Rice. Mike Bloomgren's last year at Stanford, Bryce Love rushed for 2,118 yards and 8.1 yards per carry and had 19 rushing touchdowns. The next year, with Bryce Love, they rushed for 107.9 yards per game. The entire offense with Bryce Love rushed for 1,403 yards the year after Mike Bloomgren left, and they've never been the same since then.
Yeah.
And what I go down to is it's not that Mike Bloomgren was their Harry Hiestand and they couldn't replace. He was irreplaceable. It was, and same thing with Derek Mason. It's not like Derek Mason's the only D coordinator could ever be successful at Stanford because Vic Fangio was successful at Stanford. It's that the guys that David Shaw has replaced them with have not been good hires, and he has been unwilling to make changes. I'll say it again, how in the world is Lance Anderson still employed as their defensive coordinator?
Don't know.
Like, it blows my mind. And to me, sometimes I wonder.
I don't think David Shaw is really under any pressure.
I was getting ready to ask you that, Sean, do you think – I think that David Shaw has become very comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if, like, I see him on NFL Network and I'm like, dude had to put in some serious film time to be that knowledgeable about all those players.
Right.
Why is he not on the road recruiting? You know what I mean? Like, why isn't he evaluating? And I just feel like David Shaw has just kind of, like you said, there's no pressure on him. Stanford does not care if they go 4-8 every year.
No.
As long as they're getting their TV money and he's representing the university well, I just don't think they care.
Yeah.
And that's a shame because he went, in my opinion, from one of the most underrated coaches. I mean, I was arguing around 17 that he's one of the top 5 coaches in college football. And if you don't have him on your list, you're not doing this right. Right. And I felt that to be the case because they were well past the Harbaugh era and he was still winning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like he just rode Harbaugh's coattails.
Right.
You know, that 2015 team was really flipping good.
Yeah.
And that was several. I mean, there weren't any kids on that team left from the Harbaugh era.
No.
I just feel like he's gotten complacent and I feel like he's got a little bit too much Brian Kelly in him. And what I mean by that is Brian Kelly surrounded himself with people that were going to do whatever Brian Kelly said. And we're not going to challenge him and we're not going to rock the boat and do all that. My concern, and this is as an outsider, 100% outsider. I don't know the ins and outs. I'm just going by what I see as an outsider. I just look at it and say, I feel like David Shaw has gotten to the point now where I don't think he necessarily dislikes the job that these guys are doing because they say, yes, coach, I got it, coach, and just kind of, are happy to be there. And, because otherwise you can't, there's no other way you can justify to me, Sean, why he's got certain guys still employed. if there's accountability there, then you can't explain to me why certain guys are still employed. And I'm not saying that flippantly, because I don't ever look at someone losing their job in a lighthearted manner. But the reality is like every other profession, it's always should be are you getting the job done? I don't think anyone is owed a job, right? A specific job. A job is earned, and a job is kept because you continue to provide a service that is, reflective upon what the expectations are.
Yep.
And when I look at this Stanford football team, I got to ask myself, how are so many of these guys still there? I mean, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It really doesn't make a lot of sense to me that he hasn't made more of these changes. Lance Anderson is going into his 16th year this year, and he's been the defensive coordinator. I believe he replaced Derek Mason. And it's not like they had a bad year, Sean. They have been bad for a while. And I just see no sense of urgency there.
Heck, Davis Mills is a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
It's like he's a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
And Tanner McKee has talent.
Right.
His current quarterback.
Yeah.
So
a lot of talent.
Yeah. And they have talent at tight end.
Sean, dude, if you take Walter Rouse and Miles Hinton, they're two tackles, and put them at Notre Dame, coached by Harry Hiestand, we're talking about one of the best tackle tandems in college football, talent-wise.
Absolutely.
And they're terrible.
Right.
They're terrible.
Yeah, I saw somebody in the chat say Stanford, can't recruit offensive linemen or has trouble getting offensive linemen. I'm like,
no, Notre Dame wanted Walter Rouse. Miles Hinton was a 5-star recruit. Stanford does not have a problem recruiting offensive linemen.
No.
They have a problem developing offensive linemen. Here's how long their coaches have been at Stanford: 16 years, 16 years, 10 years, 7 years, 9 years, 6 years, 5 years, 6 years, 10 years. And the two least experienced coaches are second year and third year. That is way too many coaches that have been in a program for a long time that has sucked for several years now.
That's a really cushy job.
Yes. Like Dabo blew up his whole staff after going 10-3. Think about that. Man. Think about that, Sean. They went 10-3 last year.
And he blew it up.
And he blew the whole thing up. Ryan Day, Ohio State went 11-2 last year, and he blew the whole thing up.
Yeah.
All right. Defensive staff completely revamped outside of one guy.
Yeah.
Got rid of his offensive line coach. Shook things up big time because he was pissed at going 11-2. David Shaw goes 3-9, and he's like, "Well, guess I got some extra time to get ready for the draft prep shows."
Right.
Yeah. It's like,
yeah.
And I've always been a big fan of David Shaw. You know this. We've talked about this, but dude, I don't see how you can be okay with that. Like, it's to the point now where, like you said, Stanford won't fire him. He should, if they do this year what they've done the last few years, he should resign.
David Shaw could step away, do TV for a year or two, let the landscape play out. David Shaw could get a darn good job.
Yeah.
Because David Shaw is respected.
Yes.
He might not get one of the elite jobs.
Right. He's not replacing Ryan Day if he, at Ohio State if he leaves. But see, here's the thing, Sean. Would you hire him now with the program he's built the last 5 years?
No, I would need him to step away.
And I would need to have what happened?
Yeah.
Why did you not fire these guys? Because for all we know, it may be a thing where he can't. Think about what area of the country we're talking about. You know what I mean?
Like, you don't have a supportive administration.
Yeah.
To say, look, I need to go get these guys.
Right.
And they're like, we're not paying.
We're not paying the buyouts.
No.
And so I want to be honest. It could be that.
Yeah.
But then again, if that's true, then why are you still there?
Yeah.
Right.
Good point. Unless you're just trying to be loyal to your guys and make sure that they have a job.
Right.
Instead of you just bouncing and
right.
Leaving them hanging. He wouldn't be unemployed. Like if he decides to walk away, someone's going to snatch him up in the media.
Right. And we're joking about his NFL draft stuff, but the reality is He's really
He's
good
really
at it.
good at it.
But that was my point. There's no way he can know that much about all those players without spending a decent amount of time watching film.
Right.
You know, and like, could you imagine how Notre Dame fans would react if Brian Kelly was doing that? Like, dude, why are you not out recruiting? You know what I mean?
I will say this.
So.
He unless he was just talking, his post game after that Notre Dame game last year was like borderline delusional. Like the stuff he said, like, well, man, we're just 1 or 2 plays.
Yeah.
Don't drop a couple of balls.
I remember you texting me after the game.
And
we were doing a post-game show, and Sean is like, I want to find those texts.
I'm like, yo, this dude is delusional. Like, what game were you? Notre Dame didn't even play a good game.
Yeah. It beat you by 31.
Beat you by 31, and it wasn't even close.
No.
Like, what are we talking about? Like, yeah, your guys dropped the ball on a couple of big plays. But it's like, come on, let's be real. It was at that point I asked myself, wait a minute, does he really think this program is like in a better position?
Because here's the thing, Sean. Let me read this to back up your point. Here's the margins of defeat for Stanford last year. 17, 11, 18, 3, 7-point home loss to Washington, who was freaking terrible, by the way. 45, 21, 30 to Cal, and 31. They had 2 of their 9 losses were decided by single digits. One of them was at home to a Washington team that last year went 4-8. They weren't even their last 4 losses, because they actually played decent teams: Utah, Oregon State, Cal, Notre Dame.
Yeah.
45-point loss to Utah, 21-point loss at Oregon State, 30-point home loss to Cal.
I remember that game. I watched that game.
Yeah. And then a 31-point loss to Notre Dame in a game in which you said was not overly competitive. And they had 31,500 people in the crowd.
Yeah.
I guarantee a bunch of them were Notre Dame fans.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see how you look at how your team. Now here's the thing you can say. Well, look, they were 3-2 to begin the year before all the injuries started on offense.
Had a big win on the road at USC.
And beat Oregon in overtime after they lost to UCLA.
Right.
So you could say, hey, look at it, but it's like you're kind of repeating the same thing over and over again. Like, you know, we're doing this. What if we just don't have a million injuries? Well, like, buddy, maybe you should address the fact that every year you seem to have a million injuries, and the only year you didn't have a million injuries was the year you only played 6 games. Right? I mean, you know, like, so I just,
like someone in the chat just said, you know, the AD at Stanford needs to step in.
Yeah.
And it's like, maybe the AD doesn't really care. Maybe.
I don't think he cares. They don't look. Stanford doesn't care about football outside of the money that football can bring in.
Look, the 2 biggest sports at Stanford are probably women's basketball, all right? Because, I mean, Tara Vanderveer and what she means. And then they constantly win in the aquatics, win in the aquatics. And the baseball team is historic. So that school has some other programs that are just flat out historically more important at that school, because, I mean, the women's game, the basketball games sell out every game.
Can I ask you a question, Sean?
Sure.
This may be me being conspiratorial, and you know where I come from in my belief system.
Yeah.
But if it wasn't for the money that it generated, do you think Stanford would even care about whether or not they even had a football team?
No.
I don't think they would.
No.
I think they view it as a barbaric sport, that's a necessary evil.
No.
You know, like
Stanford did one of the worst jobs of campaigning for a Heisman ever. They had Christian McCaffrey. It was awful.
They didn't even try with Bryce Love.
They didn't even try. And it's like, if they had tried, he might have won. even with the East Coast and South bias. Like, he was all-time. He was an all-time player, historically speaking. They didn't care. They didn't care. They were like, oh, the stadium's filled. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, well, your point is absolutely spot on. It's spot on. And it goes back to what you said. Like, as a head coach, why would you stay in that situation when you know you're a good head coach?
Right.
Why would you subject yourself?
I mean, this is the same program that decided to renovate the stadium, and part of that renovation was getting rid of 30,000 seats.
They removed seats.
Right. Like, Notre Dame removed 3,000 seats when they did their renovation.
Yeah.
But it was so that they can include a lot more of the boxes that were going to make them a lot of
more
money.
Revenue.
It was like 3,000, right?
Yeah.
They removed over 30,000 seats when they renovated in 04-05. Like, that is just, I don't give a
like, you're giving away money. You're just giving away money. Or you're saying we're not going to fill this up anyway.
Right.
So we might as well.
Which is true. Which is very true. I mean,
let's be real.
It's very true. It's very true. All right. Well, Reza, I hope that we were able to answer your question.
Yeah.
And, I appreciate everybody sticking around. I think this might be close. It's not quite our record yet, Sean, but it's close to our record for a long show. I think Vince and I last summer had a mailbag where we got into like history and all this other kind of stuff where we ended up going over 4 hours, but it's not a normal thing. I actually think I'm getting close. What was the day of the Stanford Notre Dame game? It was that Saturday. I'm getting close to on the text messages here real quick. I'm gonna see if I can find it. You might have called me.
Yeah, we just got another super chat. I want to make sure.
Yeah, I'll pull that up here in a second.
Yeah, I got it up for you.
Dale Hayden just joined the board last week to get the scoop on Dante. Keep up the good work. My son teaches at Ignatius. Says Justin Scott is a great kid and the beast. Sean will tell you the same thing. You got to know him. He's a really good kid, and boy, that dude can play some football. It's a must get in 2024, man.
Oh man,
there's no doubt about that.
Look, I felt like we've said this story before. I remember early in February, March, calling Brian like, is Notre Dame going to offer this kid from Chicago?
Yeah,
this big 300-pound behemoth.
Yeah, that's athletic.
Dancing bear.
Yeah.
Are they thinking about offering this kid?
Yeah.
Like, I need you to call the office. Like, call the guys. Like, hey, we got one up here. Just in case you missed it.
We got to make a run.
Yeah.
We got to make a run.
Yeah, but
Dale, thank you for that super chat, buddy. I appreciate that very, very much. And hopefully Justin ends up, at Notre Dame at some point in time. So we shall see what happens. But Sean, great show today, man. I enjoyed it thoroughly. So we were on the phone for like about an hour earlier. Now we just did a 4-hour show. Your wife's gonna
4 hours, yeah.
Yeah, your wife's gonna say, okay, you're not allowed to talk to Brian for a couple days. Sorry.
You know how you can tell when they keep walking back and forth.
Well, Angela's out of town, so it's but maybe that's what Sadie and Rita were doing when they were coming up, jumping on my leg. Was like, hey, seriously, dude, you've been doing this for like 3 hours. I got to go to the bathroom. So anyway, everybody, we appreciate y'all so much. We'll be back Monday for our recruiting hour. And of course, next week, we're going to talk more about some of the big opportunities that Notre Dame is going to have, with some other recruiting topics. We're going to start kind of taking a deeper dive into the college football season as we get closer to that as well. So just really, really enjoyed the show. Thank you all very much for your support. Before you leave, Matt D has us hooked up today. Hit that like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you never miss a live IB show. Sign up for the message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. Check out our merch, Built Bar. I tried. They got there's a couple new flavors they just sent me to test that I can't wait till they release them because they are so good. So I look forward to talking to those. But if you use the Irish Breakdown promo code down there for Built Bar, you get 10% off your entire purchase for those protein bars. They are phenomenal. So you'll definitely check those out as well. check out the merch store, all that good stuff. I got my new green hat, Sean. I didn't wear it today for the show because I know you're a flat bill guy, but I'm a guy. I got to work my bill up a little bit.
Shape. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And it's just not quite there yet. It still looks like it's kind of still new, right? So I
had two hats.
Okay.
No matter what team I played for, when I was a baseball player, my flat bill was when I was pitching.
Okay. Yep.
All right. Anytime I played in the field, I had the other bent hat.
Yep. Because you got to block that sun.
Yeah. I thought the flat bill was like more intimidating as a pitcher. I just did.
I'm gonna go back and look and find out who your favorite players were growing up and figure out which one. Okay, yeah, I get it now. So and so, he was a fan of so and so, and he was a flat bill guy.
Well, of course, as a kid, you grow up, you're watching guys like J.R. Richard, who was kind of like a flat bill guy. Out in the field, dude, Kirby Puckett was from Chicago, so
he was.
You have guys like that. You follow guys like that. Yeah, so
got to get the bill right. So I'll be rocking this here before too long.
Yeah,
bought this from the merch store. I just got to get that bill right.
I'd just like to give a huge shout out to my childhood friend and congratulations to him, his family, as his son is on the eve of being drafted in the top 10 of the Major League Baseball draft. My Little League and state championship Babe Ruth teammate Luke Collier, who played with the Brewers. We grew up together, and his son Cam Collier is slated to go 6th or 7th in the MLB draft tomorrow night. So I just want to give him and his family a special shout out. I feel like I'm getting drafted. You know what I'm saying? Because it's kind of family. So, shout out to them and enjoy it, young man. Enjoy it. You come from good stock and you're representing the city of Chicago. So we're all rooting for you. Hopefully he doesn't go to the Cubs, who had a 7th pick. Nice little dagger. I'm sure his mom would love that, but hey, we'll see.
And that'll do it for the Irish Breakdown podcast. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Best of luck to everybody that Sean was just talking about to his friend in the draft. I know I used to love on the MLB draft, man. I used to enjoy that thoroughly. So everybody have a great rest of your weekend. Take care of yourselves. Be safe. And we will talk to you again very soon. Garen Knutson with the last second super chat. First, both your wives, thanks for lending us these, man. You are very welcome, Garen. I will pass this note along for sure. Take care, everybody, and we'll talk to you again very, very soon.